stand by.
Surf fans, get hyped. Started this week off with the silky smooth stylings of some of the world's best longboarders. Now we're going to flip the script. It's time to get radical. Let's start the Challenger Series. Chris Cote, Rosie Hodge, Tanner Gadowskis. I just took a walk by the board rack. There are no more longboards in there. It's all high-performance shortboards. But thanks again to the longboarders putting on a great show. We're going to look for good styles, we're going to look for speed, but now we're going to look for airs, we're going to look for floaters, we're going to look for high-performance surfing. This is going to be radical. We're going to start with the women, Rosie.
Yeah, here we are, the round of 48 for the women. They've just come off the back of the Bolito Challenger event, so it's great to see the crop of talent that we've got coming into the round of 48 here today, Tanner.
I can't even believe I'm sitting in the chair. Like, you guys have been in the game for a couple days now, and to be able to just sit down for this afternoon, there's some crazy heats we're going to be watching, and this heat right here is a great way to start the day.
Are you serious? You know, you think that opening round one, heat one is going to be nice and chill. Think again, no chill involved in this heat. We have some of the best. Laura Ropp representing Brazil, Kiara Gold representing French Polynesia, Taina Hinkle from Brazil, Sky Brown, our world famous wild card, Great Britain, Brazil, Tahiti. I mean, this is an international superheat. I'm a little bit shook that we have this level of talent in the first heat of the week here at the Challenger Series. I read this right? I'm correct?
It just goes to show just the crop of talent that we have, and from all of those regions that are represented. I mean, all over the globe, we're seeing such high power surfers coming into the mix, especially on the women's side. I've just been so impressed with the level throughout.
And to win South American QS, that's to be number one, Tanner, that's like as gnarly as winning the entire QS. Here we go, straight into it. We're going to start things off with our wild card representing Great Britain. Super skateboarder and ripping surfer, Sky Brown. The excitement levels. Tanner, when the announcement was made that Sky Brown was going to get the wild card, pretty rad because she was competing at X Games when that was announced.
Well, yeah, and you talk of a wild card, like she's the ultimate wild card. She's multi-sport, but she's explosive on the surfboard. She's such a great surfer, and I like it seeing her be confined into heat strategies and being pushed against a conventional way of surfing. I think this should be really exciting to see today.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to have a lot of time for storytelling because we know these women are going to go out here and go wave for wave for wave. As Laura Ropp there found a little right, and it's almost like a shock to the system, right? We've been watching these cruisy longboarders all week long, and now we're just seeing boards flying all over the place. Judging criteria similar, but of course we're looking for that high performance, high speed surfing. We want to see tail blows, big floaters, airs, and all four of the surfers we have in the lineup right now have all of that and more in their arsenal. So a couple quick scores coming through here. Laura Ropp, just a 183. I feel like Sky Brown got the best of that exchange. So Kiara Gold, Tahiti, French Polynesia, you know, she is always a threat anytime she enters an event. So three of these surfers getting in, you know, via standings and points and from their region. So how and why did Sky Brown get the wild card here at the US Open?
Well, you know, she does call Oceanside home when she's here in North America. As we just have another look at Kiara's wave. You know, this was a tricky wave. I was so impressed that she even just found that little bit of open section there to do that first maneuver, but she does kind of like pencil dive through the wave. She knows that she's going to need something a little extra. But just talking about, you know, Sky Brown and the fact that she was getting the best of this opening exchange, just able to link together 4 maneuvers here, hits it off the top there, caught up with her this morning and saying that she was really excited to get the wild card into this event. She hasn't been surfing Huntington that much, but she's looking forward to putting on the competitor's rash guard. And another backhand attack here.
The wave that Sky just surfed kind of answered my question for me. That's how and why she got the wild card. She rips. And the score for Sky is going to come in at a mid-ranger, but it'll put her in the lead.
Chris, it's really funny because we talk about Oceanside and Sky. She's from around there and she's surfing all the time, so I get to see her a fair amount. But I saw this probably the last 5 or 6 days down at the pier, a lot of Challenger surfers coming down and surfing and putting the time in, because it reads very similar in your timing and your maneuver selection, and I feel like it's a really good dojo to be off the grid and then come into the US Open scene and then start to show you what you have. And in Sky, she's electric on the board, and I'm sure she's able to, even on that the first wave, like her timing in the carve, and then to be able to relax, get that second one, that third turn, it's like such convergent water, and you have to get off of the bottom and into it and out of it. And yeah, she looked like she was kind of at home there, so maybe it's coming into play.
We had a conversation on the Monday Mass, the World's Greatest Action Sports podcast, about athletes that are multi-sport threats, right? But if they just took all their focus off one thing and went to the other, Sky Brown, obviously a big topic of that conversation. She's a champion skateboarder. She's won 1 million medals. She wins everything that she enters. If she, and this is hypothetical because obviously she's doing it right now, let's say she just went full bore, full focus on surfing, think she could make the championship tour?
Take it, Rosie.
Oh, 100%. I think even even the situation she's in now, I think she's going to be that dual athlete that we see competing at the highest level in both of those disciplines.
Yeah, and in El Salvador, we were referencing that Red Bull movie that just came out a ton nowadays, and it's insane. It has the highest level surfers like Sierra Kerr, Kate Simmers, Caroline Marks, like all of the crew, and here's Sky Brown in it. And I feel like in no way did you feel like it was a step back watching her section. She's right in the cream of the crop.
Yeah, a little late on the drop there for Sky Brown. 23:50 to go. Sky's in the lead. 5.54, so the high mark set, or 5.17 paired with 3.7. Here we go. Kiara Gould, such a rad style. Obviously very explosive. That first turn was radical. You know, she is one of these surfers that has been rising quickly through the rankings. And you know what I love about the Challenger Series, and especially the US Open of Surfing, is that we're watching the future unfold right in front of our eyes. These are the surfers that will be competing on the championship tour, that will be surfing in the Olympics, and Kiara Gould just fits right into that mold.
And I'm watching her surfing. I mean, she's so explosive, Tanner. She's got that kind of ability to put the board up in the lip, and she looks like she's really evaluating where she wants to place her turns. She's got that fast approach, and just a well-rounded competitor. I mean, growing up in Tahiti, she's got the, heavy water stuff, but then to see her in waves like this and perform in such a progressive way makes her an all-rounder.
And the doorway coming from Tahiti has just gotten so interesting with Vahine now just executing at the highest level. Like, the tangibility, I think, is such a big issue when you're so young in the competitive game. Of you're not just seeing people around you when you're at these contests. You go home and the Fierro sisters are putting it on the line at Chobes and all the high-performing stuff. And I think Kiara's a benefactor of that. I think her air game is just next level. Like, she's definitely clicked in from a young age with coil in the lip, and it's like you're watching these, and you mentioned it earlier, Rosie, like the age is getting younger, but we're all just almost like the gap of being so young to make the tour. It's almost unbelievable. But then you watch, like last year, Tia Zabrowski, I think, was in the final, and she was so young at that point, but like at the top of the game. So I wonder what it is in the women's side that the age is just getting younger and younger.
It's a mystery to me, but it's incredible. I mean, it really is like we've never seen anything like this in the history of surfing. Yeah, the women's side of the draw in the Challenger Series is spectacular.
Definitely, as we watch this little wave come through, but I think it's become so accessible. I mean, the world has really shrunk. You got your phone that you can really access so many things and so many resources where you can see people around the world in real time doing amazing things, where maybe we had to wait for like a magazine to come quarterly to like South Africa air freighted, and you're looking through Surfer magazine to see the up and comers. But now these people are just able to like go on these surf trips where maybe it was a bit more of a mission to get to these locations, and now there's like villas at this place, and it's camp retreats over here. And I think the family support too. I mean, all of these women have really great support crews in their corner. They're taking it seriously. They've recognized that if you take a professional approach, that the world can really open up for you.
I feel like trying to pinpoint what really is powering progression. And it's hard to say a little bit, but it is social media. it is that Instagram post that you see and you go, oh, look at Laura Ropp's doing big frontside airs. I got to do this.
Yeah.
You know, it's like the daily, hourly, almost minute by minute access to the most radical surfing in the world. And you know all these girls, they follow each other. They're seeing the clips, and that right there to me is a huge factor why everyone gets better and better every single day, is because you see it minute by minute. I'm not saying look at your phone all day, please don't. But if you want to progress, you got to know what's going on. As we see Laura now coming around this section, some open face to work with, and it must be a little bit trippy, right? They've probably been down here all day long, and they're watching the world's best longboarders out here. It's a totally different way to approach this wave. So if you're watching, let's say you're watching Avalon Gall in the final and you're coming up in the Challenger Series, are you taking some notes, or are you kind of just strictly looking at the waves?
Okay, well, I'm assuming everybody does it differently, but when I was competing, I'll never forget, one year we got to work with Poncho Sullivan in Hawaii, and we rocked down to Haleiwa, and it was going off, and I was like a kid. I'm like, oh my gosh, I want to watch every single heat. I just don't want to not look at this surf. And he's like, no, you're good. You're not going to watch any of these. You don't want to see somebody else surf your wave. And I was like, oh, really? Like, he's like, no, you know the line you want to take on it. You know the waves that are out there. We're good. Let's just go chill out in the car. And so I think when you're watching another approach on a wave, it can kind of scramble the board a little bit. And these first heats always have interesting dynamics just in general, whether it's the beginning of the day, middle point of the day. When you're the first heat of a round, you kind of set the tone for the round. So, to Sky Brown's point, it's like she came out strong with the score, put it on the board. And I think that is the way I would prefer to start it if I was in that shoe.
Yeah, fresh start, with fresh mind. And this is going to be radical in many ways, because unlike, the previous years of the championship tour, unlike the first round of the World Longboard Tour, this is elimination round surfing already. As we see Sky Brown, bam! That's an oceanside approach right there, going up into a big closeout section. Almost rode out with it, but either way, I love the idea. Safe surfing is not going to get you through any heat on the Challenger Series. And here's the gnarly part of this opening round. We're going to lose 2 surfers per heat. Some of these surfers have traveled from South Africa, from Hawaii, from Japan, and that's just the reality of the Challenger Series. It's gnarly.
It's the nature of the competition. I like Sky Brown's approach, though. We get sent out the judging notes, and if you attack these major sections, you're going to get well rewarded. That was really critical under the lip. Had she ridden out of that, I think she would have really put herself out in front in this heat in a big way.
I feel like she's been surfing with Caroline Marks with an approach like that. You see the kind of similarities there.
Totally. And I think will become a reoccurring theme for our event this week, is utilizing that right with the current rushing against your board and hitting those big sections and coming down with that energy. Like, you're really going to have to focus on riding out, looking at the stringer of your surfboard, staying low center of gravity, because there is so much movement around you, which ultimately caught Sky Brown off guard.
And speaking of movement, I mean, you're looking at all the water moving around. These women are going to have to work for it. 17:20 to go. Let's get an update from the Red Bull Athlete Zone. AJ.
Chris, you were mentioning Sky getting a chance to surf with Caroline Marks and maybe taking on some of her style. Of course, Sky, a part of the Nowadays film that we saw that Red Bull put out with Sky Brown, Katie Simmer, Sierra Kerr, so many incredible women, including Caroline Marks, and she has such an incredible style in skateboarding. But in catching up with her before this event, she talked about how much that style translates to surfing. And she's somebody who, as great as she is on a skateboard, she's so not satisfied. She wants to be here. She's so thrilled to have the wild card here at the U.S. Open and wanting to do everything she can to show that her athleticism translates from the cement to the ocean, and we've seen it early on. She has every intention of taking advantage of this wild card spot and proving that she can hang with some of the best surfers in the world.
100% agree there, a multi-sport phenom. And Sky Brown is a name we've known now for like a decade, and that's saying a lot because she's just turned 18 years old. So 16:20 to go. Gold in the lead, 7:16. Sky Brown in second. Hinkle in third. Rob in fourth. But not a lot of huge scores needed. Laura in red has priority. She needs a 4.05. Taina is in that third place position. She needs a 2.45. So this heat's still wide open. There's another superstar of surfing, Sierra Kerr. And I think the guy she's with is pretty good too. That's her dad, Josh Kerr, one of the best aerialists to ever do it, a championship tour standout. And now kind of wearing two hats, dad, coach, friend. Can't wait to see what Sierra Kerr does.
Yeah, and I'm just watching Sierra on that sneaky, and it looked like to me she was actually applying wax just to her tummy and to her chest. You know, you have some slippage sometimes when you pull on the competitor's rash guard, kind of that friction that you have with your swimsuit or wetsuit, so just preventing that slip. And another thing that's come into play the last 4 days is this rip current, and we know that there's a lot of energies, a lot of combination swells, Tanner. So it kind of runs like a river in the afternoons.
This honestly looks like we're watching a river. This is insane. And I feel like when you're going to compete in this, now it's about what kind of game plan are you bringing to that. It's going to be a factor that you're going to have to play with, where you get squashed right up on the pylons. Can you make it a way to get enough room to get a score? Because the two girls by the pier, you're not going left. That's way, way too close to the pier. So, you know, you have to get your work done away from it, or ultimately catch a wave and reset and run up the beach.
Yeah, it's not just about great surfing now. It's about stamina. It's about strength. We've seen these two surfers right here stuck in that same spot. So decisions have to be made. We got 14 minutes, 30 seconds to go. This heat is already getting radical. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back. What's going to happen in our first heat of the Challenger Series? Stay tuned to find out. It's the Lexus US Open of Surfing. We'll be right back.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
Easily one of the raddest surf films of the year, if not the decade nowadays. Crew over at Red Bull, Jody Nelson and the team made such a sick surf flick. It just makes you want to go out. And check this out. Things are getting hectic in the lineup. So you see the X next to Sky Brown's name. That means her priority is suspended because she had to actually come in. She was stuck out there in that rip. She's going to run up the beach. And as she's running up, she's getting a visual now on the surfer in red. Laura Ropp coming through to the inside. A little bit of a Huntington hop, but here we go. Boom. Ooh. Now, not all the points are going to be allocated on the inside, of course, but a clean finish, we do you some favors. Laura did do some work out the back, and she's getting the memo, too. This current is starting to whip, and This is something that you have to kind of expect when you compete here in Huntington. Tanner, you've been competing here for years and years and years. How often have you had to come out of the water and run up the beach to reset yourself?
It's so humbling to have to do what Sky Brown is doing right now, because you're not doing that after a score. You had to just literally at one point say, I'm not going to even ride a wave here by the pier, and cut your losses. And you know the amount of effort and energy this is taking right here. She's on the beach running. Then she's going to paddle out in the current. But, you know, this I think is what is going to have to be done throughout this entire week to just give you that opportunity to get your scores on the board. And that's Mateus Hurdy right there over her shoulder, I'm sure giving some great insight. And sometimes it's actually great. You can check in with a coach just like this and reset in your strategy and just kind of look to finish the heats out.
Definitely, and I think also reflecting on Sky's performance so far, she does have the 517, which is the best of the heat so far, but thinking about the wave that she had incomplete and how that could have impacted her position right now had she completed that maneuver. But I know, a great way to reset. She had Mateus Hurdy in her head there. Her dad was running alongside her, so she's still got to do the paddle back out, so she's going to be pretty puffed, but we'll see how she can kind of reset as she heads back out.
Okay, so we saw the trailer of Nowadays. You saw it.
Yeah.
Honest feedback. What did you think?
I loved it. Are you kidding me?
It's so crazy.
It's so good. I love all the locations that they took the women to. I love that they included Sky Brown skating, because it's just like that even just more highlighted her super phenom talent, as well as Sierra Kerr. I mean, golf, surfing, skating, it's all, I mean, all of these women are just the full package. So yeah, just what a statement for women surfing at the moment.
It's so crazy. And it was funny because just going through the Rolodex, I forgot to mention Erin Brooks. Her section is out of control.
That one combo wave.
The double front three combo.
Yes.
Yeah, I watched that. I've already watched that about 1,000,000 times.
Yeah.
It never gets old.
And then throw Molly Picklum in the mix.
Oh, she's pretty good.
It's so crazy. The generation right now in women's surfing, and I think like on the top, on the tour level, then you're clashing it with some of the older surfers of Carissa Moore and Steph Gilmore, and there's all these insane battles going on. It's so enjoyable to watch.
So with 8 minutes, 30 seconds to go, got Kiara Gold in the lead. She's got a 4.33 and a 3.53. Sky Brown has made it up the beach, working her way back into the lineup, battling with that current for the last 10 or so minutes. So, I mean, even an athlete of this caliber has to be gassed. That was a battle that she was waging against the current. You're not going to win that one. So great decision to come up the beach, run over to where all the tourists are, fight your way through the tourist crowd, and get back to the takeoff zone.
And I caught up with Sky this morning for the call, so she had free surf this morning. I've seen her around the contest site, so I hope she's just kind of managing that energy. I hope we see Sky get back out to the outside and have another opportunity, because I just love watching all these women surf.
A big one that I feel like can happen in the U.S. Open when you're competing is you come down in the morning and you free surf before the event starts, and the conditions most of the time are clean and you can read them in a certain way. And then when these afternoon heats come around, like you see these riptides that just blow through them, and a lot of times in Huntington there's wind that comes over the top of it and it becomes this completely different landscape. So I feel like it's a balance of knowing what's in the water, but then being really flexible to change your game plan to get the heats done.
And this is a good sign here. There's still great waves out there, and Laura Ropp absolutely rips into a combo. Nice backside whip, straight into a closeout snap. That's going to be a huge number. Laura is one of these surfers that her rise has been really cool to watch as well. I mean, all these surfers in this opening round pretty much creeping out of the juniors division. They've been on some QS events, but now they're here in the almost big leagues. I mean, come on, the Challenger Series is just as gnarly as the Championship Tour in a lot of ways.
Well, Laura just finishing up Bolito with a 5th place finish. So to start the season in such a strong position, bring that confidence and that momentum into this event. And also Kiara on that last wave, that was a huge turn out the back. We're going to see the reshuffle of the positions now.
And I think when you look at Bolito and the U.S. Open, the thing that they have in common a lot is just linking big maneuvers over big beach break sections, and she did a great job with that. Like the 1-2 punch there was a really clean execution, and that should be a pretty good score.
And Bolito was huge, so full credit and accolades to all of the surfers that competed there. And that's it. That's the best floater I've seen of the entire contest. That was radical. So Kiara Gold, the backside float. I mean, in the next couple of days, we've all looked at it. Surfline forecast is looming, and every surfer in the draw knows that within the next few days, specifically thinking Thursday, Friday, they're going to be looking at 8, 10-foot Huntington Beach gnarly currents. They're going to have to battle for it. So this is just the start of what we're going to see. And Kiara, with that backside float, maintains her spot on top. 5.83 and 4.33. Laura has now dropped the highest single wave score of the heat with 6.33. Sky Brown drops to third. 5.5 minutes left. Priority is with Tina, and Sky Brown's in that second priority spot, so still plenty of time left.
Definitely, and we're just talking about what a marathon the US Open is, and just putting in that into context for Sky. Won the gold medal at the X Games just on Sunday, so what an adrenaline rush. It's, what is it? Is it Tuesday today? Tuesday. So coming off that big event straight into this one and just managing all of those emotions and trying to kind of get in the headspace of competing here at the US Open. I mean, there's just so many pieces of the puzzle that all these women are putting together. A lot of travel that everyone has made the effort to get to the US Open. So everyone's dealing with their own set of obstacles to overcome.
Well, and too, if we drill down on the Sky Brown story, like in this specific heat, you mentioned it earlier, Rose, like if she had pulled that massive backside turn on that right, she would have completely controlled the narrative of the heat to this point. And now seeing where Kiara got her score line come in, there would have been a lot of potential of score on that wave.
Bam. How sick is Kiara's style? I mean, it's perfect. The bottom turns straight up into that snap. We'll see if that betters the 4.33, but every time she stands up, I'm watching like brilliant surfing coming from a teenager. And with a style this good early on, she adds power to this. She's a title threat on the championship tour.
And I think for me, the standout thing about this wave and the technicality of it is how compressed she stays throughout the maneuver, just stays low and crouch that board to get that clean finish. So all of that is something that she's trained for as we watch Laura here.
So Laura's catching fire through this heat. These rights, though, I will say it's interesting seeing Kiara's and hers. There's two types. One that's closing out, which allows you that big maneuver, big potential of getting a score. And like what Laura just had is one that peters out. And I think depending on the tide, you will select different waves. And I think right now it's about condensing and putting big maneuvers on the big sections. And you don't really want to ride the wave for a very long time, to be honest.
And that's something, when you're out at Huntington, it's like, do you look for the corner or do you look for those bigger wall sections? So yeah, you've got to really have a handle on what the lineup is doing.
Looks like, yep, Hinkle's going to use her priority. Backhand on this left, bashes it, blowing the tail, tons of spray flying. Adds a second turn, does not like the look of the reform. Ooh, it looked like there could have been a little bit more meat on the bone. Easy to say from this chair. Trying to rip that wave on the outside. That first turn, lethal. Backed it up with a quick little snap. So she'll get back into this heat. She needs a 6.18 if she wants to put herself in an advancing position. So at the moment, Kiara Gold just dropped the highest single wave score of the heat with a 6.6. Pairs that with a 5.93. She's well into the lead. Let's take a look at this first turn.
Release of the tail there from her. It's kind of got that smaller section to it. I love that first turn opportunity, but then that wave kind of fattens out and doesn't offer anything more. But definitely love that little slide of the fins.
Yeah, she has such great style in the pocket. I love when she approaches it with the power, but right here in this wave, when the wave is petering out in HB, you're given the option to then cut against the current to make that inside section, and I feel like she kept running it as a left, where I would have loved to see her go back and surf it as a right to get against the grain and to basically milk whatever juice was left on that wave and see if she could have made it to the inside, because what a phenomenal starting point. And if she could have buttoned it up at the end, she would have been right in the game.
Full credit for the opening turn, 4.27. Tina's now in the mix. Sky Brown dropped to fourth. She needs a 4.84. Good thing for Sky is she has priority. She's put herself in the proper takeoff zone. She's a little bit down to the left. During the longboard event, we call it the Nueva left. You know, he was the originator, the OG of that spot. And as we flip to the Challenger Series to the shortboards, let's go ahead and call it Machado Pete.
Oh, yeah.
Has made this spot famous, winning multiple U.S. Opens by ripping this left-hander. 1:18 to go, so a lot of waves ridden. You got 7 waves ridden from red, 5 for blue, 3 for white, 4 for green. So plenty of opportunity out there. Sky Brown needs to strike. Now we're at the minute mark. Is this the wave she's looking for? Oh, quick decision made there. Decides not to go. 54 seconds left. Yeah, same. I'm looking over at my fellow commentators. We're on the edge of our seats. It's only heat 1 of the Challenger Series. This is wild. Here we go. Looks like it could be a straight closeout. Thank you, Genevieve, for that one. Keeping our surfers on our toes. So we're into the 30-second warning. This guy's making a move just to the left in the green. You got a 3-way paddle battle happening to the right on a cool-looking right-hander. This could be a wedge. So Rob's going to get the best of it. Comes around a section, snaps it, trying to defend that second place position. She's hyped. You could feel some energy coming out of that first turn. 10 seconds left.
That was interesting too, because Sky Brown was left to herself, and she was trying to get in on that right down the beach a little further. And I like this selection for her. She's got a really aggressive backhand. And let's see if she can link it into the inside and see what comes next.
She's looking for a 4.84 before the last score for Laura comes in. So she's riding this one all the way to the inside, doing a lot of work, going vertical. This could make things interesting. So time is up. Did our wild card do enough? Kiara Gold, she's in the lead. She's going to make it through that heat. Laura Robb, she's waiting for a score to come through. Now we have to wait for a score for Sky Brown. And I mean, what a story. Getting the wild card and potentially making it through her first round, but it's stressful times. I mean, that was a pretty wild heat. Everybody getting involved from the jump.
Yeah, it all comes down to, does Laura improve her situation, and how far does that push the requirement for Sky? Because I love the wave from Sky, the way she was linked it all the way through the inside. Even though it was a smaller wave and it had a taper to it, she had that attacking style throughout.
And always have Laura's was like kind of like a claim at the end of her wave. So we'll see what, and it looked like a bigger left going at the pier. So we're waiting for scores right now.
Laura's looking up at the big screen that's on the pier.
Wow, so that number comes through for Laura. It's a 5.63, so now that means that Sky would need a 6.79. That would have to be the best wave of the heat. Felt good. She did a lot of good work on her backhand. This is, thank goodness I'm not a judge. That would be pretty stressful up there.
Well, it's kind of a challenging thing because the whole heat we've been saying big moves on big sections, yet this is a long wave that kind of has a reverse crescendo. It gets smaller as she's surfing it, but she did great with what was on offer. But does it get, like you said, Chris, to be the best wave of this heat?
Great surfing, solid effort on a nice wave, but just under the requirement. Sky Brown comes through with a 5.33. I mean, a solid showing, but this is the bittersweet reality of how gnarly it is on the Challenger Series. But give it up. We've got advancing surfers Kiara Gold and Laura Robb, and more to come right after these brief messages.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing. by Pacifico, Live Life Anchors Up, and by Go RVing, official recreational vehicle travel partner of the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Welcome to Huntington Beach Southside for the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. It's the round of 48, heat number 2 for the Challenger Series. The women are out there right now, and it's non-stop action. Once again, Mitchell Salazar here with the former Championship Tour surfer, Rosie Hodge. Rosie, you had the chance to compete here in years past. You've been a resident of the area here in Southern California for a number of years. US Open, winning this one, it means a lot to a lot of these people worldwide.
Yeah, you can't understate the value of winning a US Open title and just the prestige of this event as we see Elise on her opening wave here, the surfer from Great Britain. I mean, just, yeah, Mitchell, this event is just, you're basically thrown into, wow, some action out in the lineup. But yeah, this is kind of the surf industries here. There's so many eyeballs on you. There are people on the pier. There's just so much energy. So to win here is such a special thing.
Seems like Leilani McGonigal looking to make her way back out into the lineup. These are 30-minute heats. Great breakdown, though, Rosie. Everything is right here, and you want to succeed in front of not only the spectators on the beach. Of course, you have to impress the 5 judges up there, too. McGonigal out of Costa Rica, number 16 in the ring. Sierra Kershey's coming off of a quarter in Bolito. Ella McCaffrey from just down the road in Encinitas in the white. And Alice Barton out of Great Britain in the green. Nice to see some diversity in nations out there right now, as McCaffrey just a quick one to start things off for her. Younger brother Cole, I should say, an outstanding surfer himself too. It's an easy drive every morning. I mean, you come from San Clemente a lot of times here to the south side of the pier. It's usually, 40 minutes. But for them, just a bit further south and CD is pretty fun. And Alice Barton right here gets a 5 on the opener, Rosie.
Yeah, and just attacking those bigger sections. I like that from her. I like the energy that she's displaying. It shows that she's got that intention of giving her best in this one. As we watch Leilani McGonigal up into that huge section. So far, one of my favorite maneuvers that we've seen in the last 2 heats. So Leilani making her intentions clear. And we have Sierra Kerr just a quick in and out from her. Another meaty section. You're definitely seeing that swell increase throughout the day. We knew that energy was going to fill in.
I like the point that you brought up during the last heat. Single maneuvers will be highly rewarded in these chunky conditions. The great thing about what's happening in the water right now, there's multiple swells. So we see that sweep going on right now from the south all the way to the north. There are rights, though, every now and then. There are a couple options available when it comes to the peaks. It's not necessarily that one big closeout yet, Rosie, out here.
Yeah, you still have that northwest wind swell mixing in with that fading south swell, and then obviously that new energy from Hurricane Genevieve is filling in throughout the day. Leilani, there we go. Well rewarded, Mitch.
Yeah. Upper good range right there, a 7.33, multiple 7.5s from our 5 judges. And having another look at this one, the Costa Rican looking good on the backhand early on, Ro.
Yeah, I love how low Leilani stays as she attacks a section, really doing a lot of work to stay up and over her surfboard. That gives her that projection out of that wave. There's a lot of power and velocity coming in at you on that shallower section. We've still got about an hour before we see the low tide. There isn't much, coefficient in that tide, but still it makes a big difference when that tide is draining, when you're hitting those bigger sections.
And she doesn't come from a beach break either. Grew up in Pavones, comes from an amazing surfing family. Her father, Sean, actually from the area right here, and mom, Jamie, from up north and the beautiful state of California as well. Older brother, Noe, also a fantastic surfer. Leilani's been doing this for a number of years. Good friend, and been able to chat with her and Sean during the breaks over in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. She's like, don't bring up my age anymore. She's going to be 27 years old later this year, and been doing this for about a decade and a half right now, and longtime competitor here on the CS, and an Olympian herself too, back in Tokyo.
Well, you mentioned where she's from, Costa Rica. Pavone is just such an A-class wave, but this woman is traveling non-stop, so she's well-versed in every kind of condition that you can throw at her, a seasoned competitor.
23 minutes 20 on the clock. Priority with the former world junior champion Sierra Kerr, Alice Barton with a 5-point ride, and the product of Southern California, Ella McCaffrey, with just an insignificant score so far in this one. McGonigal with the 7.33 in an early lead. Kara Gould with a big heat win in the round of 48. She's on to the round of 32, AJ.
Yes, she is, Mitchell. It's always exciting to see the first heat of the first competition here in Huntington Beach for the Challenger Series this year. Kiara, there was so much going on with that first heat. How did you manage the nerves?
Well, it was very scary, honestly. Like, going through the pier and everything, to me, it's like so, like, I don't know, like impressive, I guess, because like you don't get these in Tahiti at all. And yeah, just trying to stay calm and focused, and yeah.
You stayed calm, you stayed focused. Moving on here, how much confidence does it give you to start this competition with a heat win?
So much confidence. I'm so happy. I didn't do too good in Bolito, but I'm really happy to get a heat win here.
Well, and raised in Tahiti, like you mentioned, you are from a family of water people. You do the supping and all the paddling. How does that play into your love for the ocean?
Oh, it plays in so much. Like, out there, I was literally like against the current. I'm like, okay, just use your skills. And yeah, I was just like paddling for my life, and I'm happy I got like back into the lineup.
Congratulations. We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you.
Thank you, AJ, and congratulations to Kiara Gould representing French Polynesia. Surfer from Tahiti into the round of 32. Things remain the same out there in the water. McGonigal with the 7.33, Barton with the 5, and Bill Sierra Kerr and Ella McCaffrey with small, insignificant scores at the moment of this one. Rosie, 100 years of surfing in Huntington Beach. In 1914, George Freeth was the first person that a lot of spectators said he was walking on water. And they called it surf riding back then, right here in this part of Southern California. But modern surfing, the way we know it nowadays, about 60, 70 years right now. But goes to show you that Huntington Beach, outside of the iconic U.S. Open of surfing, it's really been one of the venues that really originated surfing in this part of the United States.
Yeah, I've got, as we watch Leilani up and riding again.
Going right. He's been strictly on the backhand so far. That's going to be a good backup for Lei, kicking out through that deep hole right there in that midsection, just under 21 minutes on the clock. Intelligent surfing right there, especially under priority as well. Got her backup and going to be looking to potentially go left right now on her third ride, given that we haven't even seen her best maneuvers yet on the forehand row.
Yeah, I like the strategy from Leilani. She's already locked in the 7.33. Go out there, find a quick backup to give you that little bit of confidence, but also that commanding lead over your competitors, and push that requirement out for them. And this is kind of that smaller wave, but it still gives you that opportunity for the two-turn combo. Leilani finishes off clean, so great heat strategy.
So just over 20 minutes on the clock. She's going to be moving up into double digits right here, waiting on the score. Meanwhile, Sierra out there with priority, only has the 0.5. Same thing for Ella McCaffrey, just a 0.43. Young, talented surfer, Sierra Kerr. She grew up between San Diego, California, and also the Gold Coast of Australia. Her father, Josh, one of the most successful surfers to ever come out of the Australia's Gold Coast, has the last McGonigal of 4.67. Josh actually made the semis here 20 years ago now, and Sierra still in her teens, but she's had success here in SoCal, including winning the World Junior Championships back in Oside in 23, Ro.
Yeah, Sierra is just one of those phenoms that we've seen coming for such a long time. And just a note on Josh, remember last year, I think he qualified for the Challenger Series, and just by way of, he was at the events with Sierra, competed, and then we saw him here last year at the US Open competing. But Sierra, I mean, she's just been incredible. I know that she's had, a couple challenges to overcome health-wise, so to see her competing at this high level, she made the quarters in Bolito, and just to have a strong start to the season is what we come to expect from her.
And there's Josh, as you said, qualified for the CS in an ultra difficult region over there in Asia Pacific, Oceania, pretty much strictly on twin fins too, which is the craziest part about it, Rosie. But a longtime competitor on the championship tour, runner-up to the Pipe Masters back in 2012, one of my all-time favorites too. And Sierra, so far, I mean, in her young career, she's overcome a lot of obstacles when it comes to health and injuries, and so far, as you said, in 26, has one keeper result already, a quarterfinal finish over at stop number 1 in Bolito. But we talked about her winning the World Junior title in Oceanside, just down the road here in Southern California. Well, that was in the wintertime, Ro. Here in the summertime, Some similar waves to what we see over there at the south side of the Oceanside Pier, and she was dominant from start to finish.
She was, Misha. We were there calling this action, watching Sierra's run through this competition. It was undeniable, just the talent and just the stranglehold that she had on this competition. It was a stacked field, but to watch her on finals day and just match her best performances, I think she was throwing down solid 9-point rides throughout, and to be met by her family on the beach, what a special moment for her.
Defeating Zoe Benedetto in that final as well. Here's Alice. You mentioned her energy. She just has that extra spark right now through her surfing. She qualified through a difficult European region too. Represents Great Britain. Typically you have to travel a good amount through Europe to be able to qualify. Now Sierra here a bit deep, late to it. Is she able to hold on? And struggling, but she is able to capitalize on a golden chance right here with 17:20 to go. And Rosie, she made up for it right there at the end. Got there just slightly late, made things a bit more intense. As Ella now, that'll be her best as well. Was in a better priority rotation. She needs a 5.57. Kerr needs a 5.5 for second place. As Barton drops a 1, McGonigal still in the lead. This should be also a significant score right here in this heat for Sierra Kerr.
It's just such a mature approach from Sierra as we see her kind of hop down the line, gather a little bit of speed. That was a big oncoming section, but just understanding that in order for the judges to deem it complete, you have to have your nose peek out of the wide water. You have to ride out of those turns. This is going to be an impressive angle of this maneuver, just watching the eye of that wave coming towards her. So you see she's on like the fatter section of the wave and really meeting the part of the wave that had a lot more energy. So definitely just well read there by Sierra.
And you know, gaining that speed on the bottom third of the wave is extremely difficult, right? There's very little push at that part of that zone.
That's so true. She really had to manufacture all of that speed and control herself as we watch Ella here.
McCaffrey on the backhand, waiting on her second ride. This is now her third. 3 to the beach, as we call it right here for Ella. Well done. 16 minutes on the clock, so waiting on multiple numbers right here. 1 ode for Sierra Kerr, 2 ode to Ella McCaffrey. So the sweep, it's present. It ain't horrible though, and it's, I would say, still very manageable when it comes to using the pier bowl to your advantage. Looking at the last of Ella right here.
Yeah, we're seeing Ella just improve with every wave that she's taking off on. I'm so impressed with this young talent coming out of Encinitas. Just finishing that wave off clean, I think that's a good little confidence boost for her as this heat goes on. There's still 15.5 minutes remaining. Leilani has such a control of this heat at the moment, just easy slide through that lip line. I think, you know, we've watched Leilani for a number of years now at the US Open, and I just think that she's evolving every time that she comes here and competes, and she's getting better and she's learning so much and really applying that to her surfing. Just so impressed with her board control and her body awareness when she's going into those maneuvers.
And she hasn't fallen a single time in this heat either. Converted on 3 waves already. Looking to improve on a 4.67. Seems like McCaffrey was up again. So she's got 4 waves underneath her belt. This one seems to be a quick one though. So it's really wave 2 and 3 for Ella that are going to be important here at the end of the heat. Late drop on this one row and just a quick in and out. So the pier bowl still an option. They are fast over there right next to the pier. And it seems like, you know, the playing field definitely moved a little bit from this morning, but I would say you start off on the southern side and then you eventually end up on the pier bowl. I mean, clear strategy out there is eventually go right when you can, but the left seemed to be a viable option too.
I like the strategy of working Huntington inside out. You know, like you're ping-ponging from one kind of peak to the next, knowing that the energy is going to shift with the rhythm of the ocean, but also reflecting on the numbers, Mitch, thinking about Leilani's 7.33 as well as Sierra's 6.83. Just, I think for competitors coming up in the next few heats, just recognizing that both of those big scores came from single maneuver options on bigger waves on the outside.
Highly rewarded scores so far in this one. A 6.83 for Sierra Kerr on that one big single. For Ella McCaffrey, a 3.5 and a 4.0. That drops Alice Barton into 4th place. She does have priority, needing just a 2.5. And meanwhile, Leilani McGonigal does improve on her last of 4.8. So there's the score line. One judge saying that was worthy of a 7.5 all the way down to a 6.3, and that's typically, you know, the range that we see with the high and the low here and the tight score lines. 13 minutes on the clock. Leilani McGonigal leading in this one. Ella McCaffrey currently in second. Sierra Kerr pretty much just needs to stand up to get the score that she needs to move into an advancing position. Late drop from Alice Barton. Uses priority, and that'll be incomplete for the surfer out of Great Britain. So it's been the Costa Rican in control of this one so far, and the Southern California McCaffrey in advancing position in Heat 2 of the women's round of 48. Already with the quarterfinal finish under her belt, Sierra Kerr wants to be able to win the event right here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, and surfing like that should help. Already has a 6.83 in her scoreline. Father Josh, the rest of the crew, pretty stoked on what they're seeing from Sierra out there in the moment. Mitch and Rosie with you for the second heat of the women's round of 48 here on the Challenger Series. Judges quick with that one, Ro. A 6.6 to back things up for Sierra. Straight to first place right here.
Yeah, you're mentioning as we were going to break, she pretty much needed to stand up on her board to regain a qualifying position. Does better than that, locks in the 6.6, and now looks a lot more comfortable in that lead.
Definitely does seem that way. And let's be looking at what's been happening around the league. WSL news, the Korea Open, the QS 6000, and the LQS. That was in a wave pool. Kobe Clements, Kana Nakashio, the champions on the QS side. Edgar Calvo Jr., Natsumi Teoka, the longboard QS winners. Over there in Lacanau, France, the QS 2000. Germany's Hans Odriozola, Victoria Duprat from Encinitas, California, now surfing for France, winning the event. And upcoming events right here, the Board Masters in Cornwall Row. We do see the QS come back to India. That'll be in mid-August. Garabito, Costa Rica, and of course the Supergirl Surf Festival just down the road in Noside in late August.
Wow. That is just like the universal tour right there. And that's what keeps these surfers so busy. I mean, regionally, if you're looking to qualify, you've really got to pack your bags, say goodbye to everyone at home, and be ready to be on the road for a really long time. And now that we're kind of going back to that system where you can double qualify, Mitch, a lot of the
Excellent
surfers,
point.
yeah, there's going to be a lot of traveling that these men and women do throughout the year.
You have to double dip at this point if you're certain people on the championship tour, right? Because you're not getting the results right there, and there's not a guarantee that you're going to do well in the back end of the season either.
Yeah, it becomes really expensive. Yeah, and things start to get pretty stressful for those surfers as they're at the bottom of the rankings as the year goes on, and you got to back yourself up on these Challenger Series events. So it's interesting to see people's different takes and how they approach their seasons.
Just under 9 minutes on the clock. Kerr with the lead, has a pair of sixes. McGonigal down to second. She has surfed great in this heat so far. A 6-1 or better would take the lead for her. McCaffrey needs an 8-1-3, and Barton needs a 7-1-4. Here goes the heat leader, Kerr, late. Can she pull it? She cannot, although there was a chance right there where she was holding on, Ro, for dear life. She's going for it out there right now.
I absolutely love this approach. I love how calculated she is. You even see her on that bottom turn hold the rail and just really analyze the line that she wanted to take on that wave. And, you know, you kind of almost write her off as she gets into that whitewater. As we see this, here's the touch of that rail that we spoke about, her eye line really picking off the section where she wanted to meet that lip line. A lot of velocity. She almost held on. I love that little compactness in her surfing.
Well, we've seen that before.
Does she lose it like in that bottom third there is where you see it kind of kick out, but then you almost see her again for that moment wondering if she was potentially holding on.
I gave up on her.
Yeah.
And we have seen those turns be completed here before. Courtney Conlogue did an 09 to win when it was big too.
What about Seth Moniz? I think it was against
Acrobatics,
Griffin.
yeah.
There's been some crazy Cadillac stuff that we've seen at the US Open.
Yeah, I remember Andy getting a barrel right next to the pier. Of course, Kelly's been able to do it pretty much right next to the pilings too. But yeah, Courtney Conlogue 09, that year was huge. Simple one that year too. And it was coming down to pretty much one or two maneuvers on the outside. Were you able to just withstand the power of the Pacific? 7 minutes. McCaffrey with priority needs excellence, an 8.13 or better on a single wave. Ella's going to use priority here. She is from Seaside, and that is one of the best lefts in the area. And that wave just a bit too quick. It almost seemed like she was a bit late on the drop too. So priority now with the surfer in second place in this heat, Leilani.
I gotta say, Ella, I mean, the grit and determination that we're watching from her, she's definitely giving herself opportunity, taking a lot of waves. It's just that little split second where the wave hasn't opened up enough for her to meet it in time to do those maneuvers. But that is a very flexing section of this wave, so she's eyeing it off. You can see her eye line. She wants to hit this lip so badly, and as a surfer, you're waiting on the bottom of that wave and you're anticipating that section that's coming towards you, and unfortunately just a little bit late there.
Can you feel the energy under your feet when the swell is picking up the entire time too on a drop like that?
Yeah, definitely. I think this wave rushes so quickly towards the pier when you have that building swell and that kind of shallower section towards the pier there. There's a lot of reverb and water coming back at you as you see the different directions that the water's moving at and the undulation of it. So you're feeling that energy for sure, Mitch, as you're taking off.
5:40 on the clock. Well, it's lunchtime right here. We got Board and Brew as always, Left Coast Pastrami, the Turcado, multiple different options for a couple of different causes out here. So big thank you to our friends over at Board and Brew for feeding us throughout the entirety of the event right here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. And 5 minutes on the clock right here. Priority with McGonigal. Surfer in second, looking to improve on a 4.8. McCaffrey still needing an 8.13, and she is up and riding here. Gets the combo on the forehand, and just got a text from head coach Team USA, the junior team, Ryan Simmons. Ella was actually part of that team for a number of years, and Vicky DeParada actually, who won the QS over in Lacanau, still surfing for the US. So thank you, Ryan. Appreciate the info. Just went to Europe, over on vacation in France, and won the event over there. Meanwhile, Ella right here looking good on the forehand.
Yeah, I love this. She picked this back up after she got that bigger wave more towards that pier bowl section, but just good for her to find her feet again, build that little bit of confidence.
Big answer, necessary moment too right here. 4.5 on the clock, Row.
Definitely looking for that 8.13, so excellence is what she's looking for, and right now she's stuck in that river rapid of a rip.
Well, hold the phone. Judges really appreciating this. This was a combination of major maneuvers right here. And it's an 8.5 for Ella McCaffrey. So at one point, she was pretty much fully out of the heat and drops the first excellent score of this one with 4 minutes to go. Now McGonigal, who serves pretty much a perfect heat, Rosie, she's now needing a 5.18.
And that just comes back to Ella just looking for those opportunities, just keeping her head on a swivel, staying active, staying engaged in this heat, finding that pier bowl section and really going to town on it. And I mean, the judges have rewarded her there, the first excellent score that we've seen. And like you said, Leilani has had a flawless heat, but yet she finds herself in that third place position.
Well,
Has priority though.
She does, and that is the one thing that is saving her at this moment with 3:30 on the clock. Barton's still capable of getting that 7.51 as well. And McCaffrey, well, she is a great competitor. So is this young surfer in the red. Leilani had a decent result over there in Bolito. Wants to be able to move into the quarters or better right here. That would pretty much be considered the Challenger Series event that is closest to home for her. There's Dad Sean to the left. Leah Diaz, who was just competing in the first stop of the longboard tour, in the middle. So the Costa Rican supporters on the beach. Cali Munoz also in the event right here at the Open. So we'll be seeing multiple Costa Ricans compete. 2 minutes 50 though. And this is where things get a little dicey. Pressure is on, and you really need to perform when you're requiring that score. It's a mid-ranger though, Ro, so Lei having a look at this one. She's gonna use priority. She's up. This one really fast. Can she make it to the lip in time? She cannot. And that's one of those that you just said, it rushes you, and you have to get there at a certain time. If not, the wave's just closing out in front.
Yeah, Leilani, I mean, we've touched on it. She's such a seasoned competitor. I think you're running drills all the time. When you're free surfing, you're putting yourself in the specific headspace of needing a score, surfing under pressure, finding that wave. So I'm sure she's running that drill in her head at the moment as she looks for that number. This is a big moment for her. Can she turn this heat around? And Ella is just gonna really make her presence known as she chases down Leilani in this lineup.
Now with the minute 50 to go. The good news for these four women, they're only going to have to surf once today, but you can just see they're paddling against the stream right now, and this is exhausting, Rosie. Southside HB Pier is really complicated, and even the Kerr camp, they're like, let's go block. Make sure to take an opportunity away right here. Sierra's not even acknowledging on the beach, and it's difficult. There's a lot of distractions right here. You have the beach announcer, of course, and even looking back in, there's still no guarantee that you're going to be able to see your camp.
Well, even looking back in can cost you a kind of a paddle stroke. You want to be in that rhythm. You want to put your head down. You want to be scratching.
Oh, and Ella's just fully on chase mode right here. 1 minute. And they're right in that current. And Alice Barton pretty much by herself next to the pier on the pier bowl. 50 seconds. She's also needing a 7.51 attainable right now.
This is so stressful for Leilani because you think about how many years she's put on the Challenger Series. We've mentioned it. She surfed a perfect heat. And these are those kind of heartbreaking moments where you just feel like you've done your best surfing, you've done all that you can, and suddenly you bump down in that third. She's got 30 seconds remaining. She's given it her all. She can be proud of her performance, but it still stings so much when you lose like this, Mitch.
Especially when a good portion of the heat you're leading as well. 15 seconds. Might have a chance. In fourth priority, McCaffrey with higher priority than her, and the heat leader Sierra Kerr is just going to be like, well, I have higher priority than the both of you, and this wave's mine, and he's going to close this heat down. She's going to take the W, and in a big come from behind way, Ella McCaffrey is able to advance. Unfortunately, Leilani McGonigal out of the event. Same thing for Alice Barton. Heat 3 coming up. Canada, Japan, Australia, and Tahiti when we return right here to the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Lexus, experience amazing, and by Board & Brew, keeping it real since '79.
Back at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, and Sierra Kerr exiting the water, a heat winner as we expected. Greeted by her dad, Josh Kerr, and Sierra, a bright light in the future of women's professional surfing. So we're looking forward to more from Sierra Kerr. And thank you for having us, Kaipo Guerrero here with Tanner Gadauskas. And Tanner, pretty frothed up right now. We got a ton of swell coming.
Yeah.
And we're just getting into the Challenger Series right now.
I know, it's funny. You almost have to bridle the excitement a little bit because it's like it's a great forecast. We've already gotten into great heats, and I feel like I'm ready for it. Sunscreen's on.
Yeah.
Let's do the deal.
We are ready to go. And one thing this year, we're so fortunate. Thank you for tuning in. We have an incredible forecast. We guarantee you waves throughout this entire period. I mean, it's been a desert out here in the past years, but this year we will have swell every single day. So Noah Demphley Olin from Canada up against Minami Nonaka, Lucy Dara out of Australia, and Aileen Voss from French Polynesia. Top two surfers move on into the next heat. This is heat 3 of the round of 48. What do you like about this heat, Tanner?
To be honest, this is an incredible draw. You know, Lucy and Sanoa, they're very powerful surfers. Minami, technical, tight, precision. But yeah, here we go. Let's see Sanoa right out of the gates on a left, rushing at the pier. That's the approach right there. If she's coming down with that second turn, that's a phenomenal way to start your heat.
Yes. And here we go with Aileen.
And a little bit, oh wow, okay, so that's what you can see in the landscape is it's maximizing if you're taking off in the southern end of this event and you're getting those rushing lefts that come with the pier, and then those rights with the convergent current coming up the face. And Aileen trying to make the most of it, but looked like it was really tricky with the timing.
Yeah, Aileen Voss, 21 years old, out of Tahiti, French Polynesia, the younger sister of gold medal winner Kaoli Voss, who we'll see back in the mix when we return to the championship there at the end of the road. Aileen qualifying through the Hawaii, Tahiti, Nui region, finishing that season number 3 in the rankings. We took the top 4 into the Challenger Series.
Yeah, and earlier in the first heat of this round, we called Kiara Gold as well, and she made that heat. And I feel like we were speaking a little bit about the momentum that the females are getting out of Tahiti and with Vahine on tour, and all of them charging. They're so well-rounded. It's actually really fun to see them come to the U.S. Open and have to put it down in a bit more of a, I don't want to say grovelly because these waves are intense, but they don't break over reef and they're not barreling all together.
Oh, she's going to stay active here. Finds a nice little left hook on the backhand, and that's what she's going to lean on for her second score, Aileen.
They, you know, when you create those crews, they get to tap in with certain coaches, and I know Jeremy Flores has been massive for all of them because Jeremy was such a great competitor. He knew how to bring his energy. He knew how to polish his turns in the pocket. He was very powerful but technical, and you can see strains in that in each one of these surfers that come after him.
Yeah. And here is Minami Nonaka, diminutive in stature, just 4'11" out of Japan, but a great performer. We've seen her on the backhand attack in past Challenger Series, just absolutely teeing off.
Yeah, and so right there, I love, she's driving hard into the flats to set that bottom turn. Obviously, nothing came out of it in the top end, but that's what when I think of her, that's the kind of surfing I think of, which is it's a pendulum. She's able to get vertical so tight in the pocket and swings her head down. It looks really good, actually. It's a really aggressive turn.
Yeah, Minami, 24 years old. She's out of Ichinomiya in the Chiba Prefecture of Japan. That's where we had our 2020 Tokyo Olympics, actually, is her hometown.
And not, like, when you're in that area, right, you're talking Hiroto, Ohara. There's an entire crew of people that focus in the Chiba Center, and very competitive crew, and I'm sure that collectively lifts the level there. She would be a byproduct of that.
Yeah, I mean, Minami and you know, we think about Amuro Suzuki. We have a ton of, there's a movement right now with female Japanese professional surfers.
Yeah,
there's
ripping.
a bunch of them, yeah.
Yeah, and I think it was really only a matter of time, don't you think, Kaipo? Like, they have such great form, the technique, and they have the access to all of the coaching and everything it takes to really put it down at this top level.
Yeah, and they come from a really surf-stoked culture, as we see the Japanese flags on the beach. And some sets coming through here. A little bit of a straight-hander. What do you like about this this swell, Tanner? What's going to be the challenges of this swell?
Yeah, totally. I mean, there's definitely things you're going to like about it. We've already seen it today. Big turns on big sections, which actually sometimes can be to your advantage. You only need one turn to get up into the excellent scoring range. As we see Sanoa up, exactly what I'm talking about. If you're able to come down with maneuvers like that, that's in the higher range scoring. But it is frustrating altogether because you're challenged to find those opportunities in this lineup. You have current rushing towards the pier. You have some sets that are just a collective closeout. So there isn't really much opportunity on the wave itself. So you have to make the most of those opportunities when you are surfing. Be it you might only ride 2 to 3 waves in your heat, so you really have to stay on your board and maximize what you're doing.
Gosh, and it seems, Tanner, you got to be pretty quick on your feet to get a turn in.
Yeah, for sure. It's crackerjack timing because realistically, you're going down the line and the wave is just jacking up with a little bit of wind texture on it. So you want to maybe approach it a little earlier than you think because it's all coming down on your shoulders.
Let's hear from the last heat winner, Sierra Kerrs with AJ McCord.
Thanks, Kaipo. Tanner was just talking about the conditions and how it looks from the booth. It seems so many different factors are playing into the sections. How did you find your spots?
Yeah, there's a lot of rip, to be honest, so it's changing a lot. Like the heat before me for like 10 minutes, I was like, whoa, I'm glad I'm not in that heat. There was just a rip going straight through the lineup, so you kind of just got to try to avoid them as much as possible, and then you can see the waves coming pretty clearly, but yeah, just being not where it's super bumpy is kind of the goal.
Fair enough. You started this Challenger Series year with a good result in Bolito. Just how are you carrying that momentum here to California?
Yeah, just chilling, just getting some surfs in. There's swell, so yeah, we're just trying to hit a couple waves, and yeah, I don't know. We have like the RV, we're cruising as a family and just hanging out, so yeah, it's fun.
And coming here to Huntington Beach, it's always such a crowd, such a show. How much does that get you hyped to compete?
Yeah, there's so many people here. I feel like even Bolito, it's like the same thing. Every day is crowded, so it's cool just surfing in front of people and them all like excited and clapping every time you do something cool. So yeah, it's fun.
Congratulations, you're getting a lot of claps. You're already doing cool things. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, Sierra Kerr in the RV. We got Go RVing right here on site as showing off some of that road lifestyle over here at the US Open.
Yeah, it's funny. As a junior, when you came up competing, that was the thing of the Australian culture, was get the family in the RV. As we see a set coming in right here.
Nonaka times that. I was going to say times that well. I thought she was going to ride out of that, but the whitewater just clipping her heels right there, incomplete.
Yes, but you know, with seeing Sierra Kerr, she's mentioning it, there's a lot of current in these wave faces. There's so much to deal with, and I think that really did come into play with Minami. I felt like the timing and approach was in the correct place, but ultimately you're going over, so you can see you're paddling over the current realistically. It's always in the wave face, it's always there, it's a factor that you have to deal with, and it just bumped her off the board.
Yeah, a lot to deal with, and but with high risk goes high reward. So actually anyone's game right now, 2.5, the high score of this heat, so anyone can take over the lead at this point. Priority with Island Voss. Island actually she's got another interesting story too. She's back on the Challenger Series, but during the break, Island was over at the was an intern over in the Australian WSL office on the Gold Coast.
Wow.
Yeah, so she's actually seen behind the scenes administratively, and now she's put her surfer hat back on after helping out there in the APAC region.
Wow.
That's pretty impressive to me, yeah.
Yeah, that's a cool little side note. And as well, when you get into the Australian scene at large, the surf scene, what a family.
Yeah.
The community you're tapping into, and even just how many people have done it before you, that's actually really cool. But on this Australian note, Kaipo, that's what I was talking about with Sierra. The Kerr family is treating this as a camp trip, getting comfortable in this scene in HB, and I think it's going to come into play. What a great turn that would have been.
Yeah, and let's take a look here. This is just a quick wave here by Sanoa Demphley Olin. So she did get off the top and comes complete with that. And we're waiting for that score for Sanoa, the Canadian surfer in this heat. And back to live action. Sanoa getting 2 turns in on her right, and that would have been really good if she could tidy that up and do that, get that finish.
It's interesting, you know, we're watching these heats unfold as we see Lucy, who as well has a very powerful backhand style, and she's executing apparently what Sanoa was wishing she was going to do. This is a great...
Oh, man. Oh. Well, those 2 turns, though, I think she's going to take the lead when that score drops there for Lucy.
Oh, wow, all the rights coming off the pier ball.
Wow, big stab up in the lip for Island Voss, and gets another check turn there before kicking out, so the plot thickens, Tanner.
Yeah, and I want to see on these replays, because to me this is a classic feature of Huntington Beach, where these rights, as you take off by the pier bowl, have a lot of energy. Your first turn is massive, you're coming out with speed into your second, and that third little foam ball that both Sanoa and Lucy hit that actually bobbled them out the back of the wave, it is a tricky factor to deal with. Right here, you feel like you're surfing with all your power over the rail, and you really need to be gentle in that area and get in front of that white water. So this is a great ride no matter what. The way she was able to link this turn into this turn, she's definitely, this would have been probably the highest score of the day if she was able to ride out of that. But you can tell what I'm saying is, by the end of these rights, the energy within the wave face has petered, and they need to readjust, actually, and take a different mindset into these final turns.
So previous score for Sanoa is a 4.5. Waiting for her last score, and also scores for Island. And Lucy checked in with a 5.67. So that 2 turns, even without the third finish, she ends up with the highest single wave score of this heat.
So, Kaipo, I got to ask, because it feels like you have to structure your heat in a certain way. There's all this current, there's sets that are closing out. I mean, you've obviously done the dance before. Like, what's the takeaway when you're paddling out on an afternoon heat at Huntington, looking at today's conditions?
You know, I feel like this is a game of glass half full, and you have to be an optimist, if you would, and you also got to look for those corners, you know, and those corners are going to change as the rips change and they move up and down the beach. The pier bowl right's usually pretty dependable, but maybe not necessarily something to sit on the whole time.
Yeah,
you got to be searching out there, I think.
Yeah, and definitely when you get into that pier bowl, it takes away the left, so you're dealing with 50% less opportunity at large. But yeah, I agree with everything you're saying there as we see red take off.
Sanoa, patient there, looking for an opening, is not going to get it. So she's going to stick with the 4.5 and the 3.33 she currently has in her score line. She does have the lead, and we're right about halfway through the heat. Sanoa also coming off, I think she's coming off a semi-keeper result, a 9th place in Bolito to start off her CS campaign. I mean, you know, there's 5 events this year. You take the top 4. That 9th, maybe a keeper for her.
I agree, and I think in general, you can take rhythm out of that. When you're getting into the 9ths, you definitely felt like you put down an event that you're proud of. She's been working with Matt Myers, so she's definitely getting the knowledge. She's putting a lot of effort in. She's backed, obviously, by the entire Canadian crew up in Tofino. She surfs phenomenal. It really is just a matter of time to see her on the tour level.
Island. Nice off the top there. Just going to stick with one clean turn for the Tahitian. She's going to ditch a 1.6 that she has in her score line. Island, a 2.38 takes her into the top 2. Here comes Minami Nonaka. Oh my, had no hope on that one.
It's so challenging out here. Like, where do you place the bottom turn? That is a catapult section coming at you. I'm excited to see Island's score, because we've been talking about it all day today. If you don't get a lot of opportunity, just make the most of what you have in front of you. And I feel like she did a good job with that.
I agree. I thought that was a really clean turn, and the timing on it was exceptional. And I think that's going to be really the difference maker here. Let's take a look what happened here at Minami.
Yeah, so Kaipo, basically right here, it might have been in between 2 mindsets of coming off the bottom to hit that, or should have maybe been there a little bit earlier. Like Sierra said earlier, a lot of current in the wave face, so dipping that rail in, you have to have a lot of intention on your bottom turn, and this is the top turn that I really did like from Island. She was able to get up and over the lip and ride cleanly out of it.
Yeah, and judges liked it too. A 6.07 for Island Voss. She goes into the lead with that one.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, challenging conditions at large. So being able to come down with one big maneuver and build off of that momentum is going to be so crucial for her.
Hard off the bottom, a little slip of the fins there, and you can see that loss of traction off the bottom turn for Lucy. It definitely put her off timing for that backhand hook.
She handles big wave and big water energy really well. She has a really composed style, so that is very uncharacteristic to see her catch a bobble off the bottom. And had she not, she really would have been in a good spot to execute on that wave. But hopefully she's able to come out and get herself back into the same spot and try again.
Gosh, look at the water right now, Tanner. You can see the surfers really fighting against that sweep, and it's really getting turned up this afternoon.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy? It's counterintuitive, but sometimes when you're in that position, the best thing you can do is actually paddle out, get into deeper water, because the current will be slightly less strong, even if you're 50 feet further out, and then you re-engage with the lineup a little further south. But there's really no getting around the challenges of just continual paddling for 30 minutes, but
yeah, I love that inside information. We're back with more. We're back with the conclusion of Heat 3, round of 48 at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. See you on the other side of this break. The opening ceremony with the Ashaman Native American tribe, which is grounds here at Huntington Beach. That was a great blessing and opening for another running of the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico Kaipo Guerrero, along with Tanner Gudauskas on the call here. We're in the third heat of the opening round for the women on this Challenger Series, and we have a ton of surf here Southside Huntington Beach on offer today for this opening round. Let's get a replay, Tanner. This is Minami.
Yeah, so perfect. Maybe recalibrated her timing coming off the bottom. Similar section that she got pretty much shouldered by on the wave before, and she did a really great job. It's staying low off the bottom, coming up, coiling in the lip, and getting down before the foam comes over the top of you. That's amazing. Great job.
Excellent job containing herself and rewarded. Look at the numbers, Tanner.
She has a really great coil on her forehand. I really like that approach, and it comes in really strong in places like this. Obviously, hey, Hiroto Ohara, her Chiba neighbor, won this event. Yeah. Very similar style. A low center of gravity will never be an enemy out here in Huntington Beach waters.
Yeah. Interesting thing about Hiroto, though, as a side note, is this event is usually a prelude to qualifying for the championship tour. There's only been a couple of surfers who have won this event and have not gone into the championship tour, one of them being Hiroto Ohara.
Well, that's an unfortunate point, realistically, because like what you are saying is very true and valid. Even competing here in the past, this event has a prestige to it. Sierra Kerr mentioned it. There is emphasis that you can kind of catapult off of a US Open win, which nowadays it's just getting harder and harder to qualify for the tour, so it's much more of a slim doorway. But in the past, it always did feel exactly like you said, Kaipo, like you take a win from here and you're either already on tour or you're on your way to tour. So, you know, with Hiroto, it could be little buttoned up things that he's still working on to see him there, but it's really not his surfing at large. I mean, he's an incredible surfer, but that's an interesting stat for sure. And also, it's the crowd factor that you deal with here at the U.S. Open as you come into the final weekend. People lined up on the pier, people all over the beach. There's so much stimulation. It really challenges you when you compete, and I think that's why the top really do always rise.
Yeah, we've seen some, in recent years, we've seen some great champs on the women's side. Of course, 2021, Caitlin Simmers taking a win over here en route to her appearance on the championship tour. Bailey Sakura Johnson in 2022. Sawyer Lindblad, two-time winner out here. Can't wait to see Sawblade go after it after a career-defining moment that she's just coming off of on the championship tour with a win over there in Sakurayama.
Absolutely, yeah, she's in fine form.
And she's one of your neighbors too, San Clemente.
I mean, if you live in San Clemente, you are the biggest Sawblade fan. It's incredible. She's such a great person, and the year she's having, and it's just that she's found that inner confidence when she's competing, that she's always, everybody in the water at lowers is like, Sawyer could be truly a world champion. And it's the difference of putting it down in a jersey that gains that confidence to say, yes, I can. And Sakurayama is a great example. Like, she really had to earn that final, and she came out on top, and it was just really cool to see that she has the confidence backing herself competitively now.
Yeah, the talent was always there, but now the confidence and the heat strategy is coming into play for Sawyer. Sanoa up and out, and so that was unfortunate, just throwing away priority on that wave. An unexpected closeout, more waves on the way. Isla Voss with heat control right now. She's got the lead and she's got priority. She's just got to play this last 6.5 minutes smart.
I know, and you know, I'm thinking on the opposite side of that, Sanoa, you see her feeling a little bit more desperate on that left, and it almost feels like at this point in the heat, you have 6 minutes, 20 seconds left, there's current, there's closeout sets. You're trying to build a foundation over quicksand, essentially. You're really scrappy to get your first one of legitimate scoring on the board so you can build that house. And you know, that's that old term, but it's like it comes into play where you're just putting confidence down. Ride one, ride two, and you see yourself get over the top, and you just want to make it a one-wave heat, but when you're that far behind, it really starts to feel like you need a lot.
Yeah. Sanoa needs a 4.85 at the moment at the bottom of the priority to get into that top two in advance.
Yeah, it's funny, even to double back on that, that's really not necessarily that much, actually, when you think about it. I mean, it's crazy because we saw Minami get a great one-turn wave at a 6.43, so very, very doable.
Island into the pier here. Nice off the top there. Has to dodge a stray board.
Wow. Whoa.
What happened there? But Island, she has to improve upon a 4-point ride, and I think she's going to do that. Oh, that was Sanoa with a quick one, had to bail out. Minami Nonaka up and down, and that is a little treacherous. That's a treacherous area right there with this sweep right now, right next to the pier.
Totally. I always felt like the best thing you can do is get onto the north side of the pier, use the current to your advantage, get out as quick as you can, and then reset, because that is so many different currents under the pylons. It's actually a breaking wave. It's almost as if it is a river current.
Yeah. Yeah, the iconic Huntington Beach Pier. A lot of times you can take a look at the barnacles, or it'd be your tide indicator. No barnacles, high tide. Plenty barnacles, low tide.
I like that. No, but I think, you know, Ilan, what a great placement of that turn and the timing that she has on these lefts. She's really clicked into a good gear to be able to come away with really good scores. And really, like we saw in her one before, it's one maneuver. But I just loved how she's able to get down the line, use the speed to her advantage, and then hook it directly and vertical into the pocket. Kind of knows that the work is done there, so doesn't have to interact with the surfer coming at her.
And this is what happened with Sanoa. So that's where the board came from, heading into Island.
This right here, what we're watching on the replay, it might become a factor throughout this week. And why we're seeing this again is because there is the potential infringement with priority usage. So if you stand up first with the priority and who has it, who doesn't, if, let's say, for example, Sanoa had the priority and Ilan had messed with that wave, there would have been implications. But I think in that case, nobody really was at fault and they weren't really that close. So
yeah, but to your point, Tanner, it's been Huntington Beach, Southside, has been infamous for interferences throughout the entire history of surfing here.
What is it?
It's just interference city. Remember Shane Beshin and Kelly Slater?
Yes.
That was a famous interference right there. We've seen double interferences where surfers collide sometimes.
Yeah.
Both take each other out.
Here's a hot take on that is that, you know, we're talking about the frenetic energy at the end. You know you need a score. You know you need something. The current's going against. You're sweating. You're really putting it on the line, and you never feel like you get to have a break and relax and reset mentally. And it can put you into the weeds mentally where you start making decisions from a place of desperation rather than a calm, cool, collected place. So I don't know if that's the reason, but who knows?
Well, here's a 6.33, Tanner, for Island.
Yeah, so vertical right here. Coming off the bottom, hooks it up clean in the lip. That board looking really good for her. And that really is just a great example of how you can execute that first turn, place it perfectly in the pocket. And if she was able to get that second turn on where Sanoa was surfing, that's a really, really good ride.
And some ripped out water right there. Sanoa taking a look at that one, decides not to go. She's got second priority, so she's just second in line. The rip continues to just cause ripples and causing the surfers to be highly, you have to be adaptive, I feel, right now.
Very much so.
You can't stick to one game plan.
And another little intricacy with the current is that you're always looking south. You know, it's the same as Haleiwa. When there's a crazy current, you're looking at the beach. You're not looking behind you. So here, sometimes it can be a factor at play where if you don't have priority, get behind everybody. So be where Sanoa is at, because if there's a right coming in by the pier bowl, nobody's really going to be looking at you because everybody's looking down the way where the current, where you're paddling. So it is a good spot where Sanoa is at. She will not have any opportunity for left, but if she can get lucky, like this wave specifically coming to her right here, she can cash in.
Tanner called it right here. Opportunity, pure bowl right. Sanoa, nice snap off the top there. Winds up one more time, hangs on, goes complete. 4.85. She may have just turned the heat.
Dude, exactly what I'm saying, right? Like, there's opportunity out here. You have to be very shrewd to utilize what you have in front of you to your advantage, which for Sanoa, she wasn't in the top priority position, so she placed herself by the pier bowl. Great job of executing two major maneuvers out the back. She's looking for
Tanner,
a very doable
you're
score.
Psychic. You called that. She went long, she went wide. Everyone else was looking to the south, and she got a nice looking right, and I think she's going to turn the heat right now. Let's take another look at it, Tanner.
Yeah, if you're Minami, you're wondering how and where this came in, but great job. You're coming over the current, boom, right in the pocket, nice stuff turn, and gets vertical on that second one. So, gosh, you know, and that's kind of the meat and potatoes of that wave. So I would be curious where this comes in. Kaipo, what do you think?
I think she got it. I think a 4.85, she should have it. And we're still waiting for that. I'm just thinking in comparison to a couple of the sixes that Island got.
Yep.
Whoa. I don't want to jinx her, please. No, she got a 5.27.
Yeah, that seems very deserved. That's a really well-surfed, very competitively savvy wave.
And Island here didn't need that wave. She's already in first, so it looks like it's going to be Island Voss and Sanoa Dempfleet Olin on to the next round. And what a clutch performance by the Canadian right at the last minute.
Kaipo, those waves and those last-minute heroics where you feel like you've just gotten so lucky, but you did cash in. She surfed it so well. She stayed on her board. It's been really challenging the whole heat. You can really build a long campaign off of those. Like, we could see Sanoa get really hot because of what she did right here in this heat.
Yeah, that's a big confidence boosters. Again, Island, Sanoa on to the next round. We're on to a quick commercial break. We'll be back with more action. Southside, Huntington Pier, when we come back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Yeah, it's time to pull the anchors up. It's almost happy hour with Pacifico here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Kaipo Guerrero, Tanner Gudowskis on the call here. We're into heat number 4 of the round of 48 for the women's in the Challenger Series. Eden Walla, Tessa Tyson, Moana Jones-Wong, and Charlie Hatley all out in the lineup. Top 2 move on into the next round. What do you think about this heat, Tanner?
It's just another great heat. I always love watching Moana Jones and how she competes. Obviously, we know her so well for her prowess and heavy barreling waves. And sometimes, like here today, it can correlate to heavy water. There's a lot of current. I know she will be very comfortable. And for me specifically, Eden Walla has been just a superstar on the rise coming out of San Clemente in a very prolific surf family. And she's already off to a great start in her year.
Speaking of Moana, here we go with Jones-Wong. Snaps off the top there for the Hawaiian surfer. And that's going to be a single turn for her opening 27 years old out of the North Shore of Oahu. Won the Hawaii Tahiti Nui QS region. She ended up number 1 in that region. That's how she earned her spot on this Challenger Series. And also known as, Tanner, the Queen of Pipeline.
100%. I don't think anybody would argue you with that. But that's a great stat, too, because it proves that she is competitively savvy in not just pipeline conditions. So starting out the heat, let's see how it goes.
Yeah, comes from a great ocean family as well. I just, Sunday, I was in Maunalua Bay to call the finish of the Molokai to Oahu paddle race, and Moana's dad, Dawson, finished it again. 32 miles paddled.
That was a nice turn. I mean, honestly, that was, for us growing up in California, that's what we always idolized, was the Waterman effect in Hawaii, where you live by the ocean, you utilize it in every way, every craft. Guys like the Kealanas, like we literally would just open up the magazines and be feeling like that's where we got to get to, that's where we got to prove it.
I recall you and your brother spending some time on race boards.
Yeah, actually we did.
Stock boards.
Stock bark boards.
Stock bark boards, yeah.
Okay, so we were doing it for just the enjoyment factor. There's a lot of mental discipline when you're on a prone paddleboard, because you're out there for hours and it's very challenging at a low frequency level. But over time, and then we started to find confidence in the water column, it helped in the bigger waves, and it helps in situations like this where you are in a non-stop paddle situation, and if you have done that training, you're going to feel that much better.
I feel just the history of paddle racing comes from a lot of big wave surfers getting comfortable on big boards, having that cardio, having that paddle power, but also being able to do those slight, the little J strokes or dragging a foot or whatever, being able to turn a giant board.
Yeah.
You got to do it on guns too.
I mean, the most prolific probably is going to be Jamie Mitchell.
Yeah.
He has so many titles under his belt, and he's so incredible in big waves. And I felt like watching the way he would approach big wave lineups, he was able to move his big board not just on the wave face, but under him as he was paddling. And so there's definitely correlation between the two, but it comes back to cardio, endurance, all those good things that you need for competing.
Yeah. Jamie was at the finish line as well. Hey, let's hear from the Tahitian island, Voss. She's on to the next round. She's with AJ on the glass.
She certainly is. Such an impressive start to your U.S. Open 2026. How did you identify the sections that you were able to execute?
Yeah, it was, we have some really good waves for this contest, and during my heat we had like some great left, and I know it's my strong, like it's my power, so yeah, I feel really confident on the left, really with my boards, the JS Monster. I know I can push really hard on those boards, so it was really good.
And I know for your first full year on the Challenger Series, Bolito was not the way that you wanted to start. How did you reset?
Yeah, for me it's my first year on the Challenger, like full year, and then yeah, Bolito was kind of difficult. I think I was stressed for the first event, but I restarted. I take time for me, and yeah, I'm ready to go.
How did you take that time for you, and what did it do to set you up for this heat?
I just surf and then do other things on the side. My dad is here and I have the Tahitian team, so it's really good. We have a good vibe, and I know it's okay to lose on the first round and I come back stronger, so it's good.
You certainly did. Do you have anything you want to say to friends and family watching back home?
Ben, ça y est, là, c'est parti. J'ai réussi mon premier hit enfin, donc là, c'est lancé, il y a des bonnes vagues, et merci à tous ceux qui regardent, et voilà.
Congrats.
Merci.
All right, let's give Eileen a chee-hoo and a manuya for that on into the second round. And during that interview, Eden Walla, Tanner, just teed off.
She teed off. I mean, this is already underway to being a great, great heat. Eden is so special. She's come onto the scene. I think she won the Supergirl a couple years ago. She has a younger brother, Zion. Her father, we're talking big waves. John Waller was one of the guys who were in the original paddle crew at Cortez Bank.
Wow.
Very underground charger, very well equipped in the water column. All of these kids, they dive, they have rife guns, they're watermen and waterwomen. And Eden has always been very competitive in the water. She's moving around. She's all into the latest and greatest performance maneuvers, and this is her first year giving it everything on the Challenger, and she's doing so well. She competes so strong from a fundamental standpoint, so she's able to build her skill set over maneuvers that she can pull in most conditions, and it just gets that confidence rolling as she's made her way into a couple different great maneuvers here.
Just beautiful surfing, mature surfing
Yeah.
for just a 16-year-old.
Yeah, it's crazy. It is so crazy, but it's true. Her surfing is mature, but also her mindset is mature. She's able to go up against girls a lot older than she is, and she won't crumble, and she can be pushed with her back against the wall and always finds a creative way to come back.
Yeah. So that comes in as we roll out of the replay as a 5-point ride, a flat 5 for Eden. And this just happened here.
Charlie, phenomenal style. I love the way that she surfs, and that is gotta be one of the strongest lefts that we've seen today, where she was able to link all three of those maneuvers with so much speed through all of them and arced. So that LSD surfboard that she's riding looks really good. Earlier this year, we were talking a lot about Oscar Berry, who's on that equipment, and it looked phenomenal for him. So looked like a great choice for today.
Yeah. Charlie is just 17 years old, out of Australia, first year on the Challenger Series, and looking in form, waiting for that score. We suppose that's going to be the highest single wave score of this heat. Judges still deliberating, and they've made their decision. Comes in at a 6.5, Tanner.
It's, and we heard it in that post-heat interview just before. I think when you're approaching the Challenger Series and it's your first year, and really the nerves of the beginning of the year are still available from just Bolito into this, it's unknown factors, right? Like even competing, all these girls probably haven't matched up against each other very often, if at all, in their career. So there's so much new sensory that you're taking in, and you just have to stay calm. You got to do what you do and bring what you're confident in doing into these heats so that you can keep progressing.
Tessa Thyssen up and out, the French surfers from St. Barth in the French Caribbean. Tessa, 29 years old. Back in 2022, Tessa, runner-up at the Challenger Series over in Saquarema in Rio.
When you get into those situations where you're able to take away a final, that's so massive for your confidence, because you proved it. You know you can finals day on these big events, and it's only just a matter of time until you can do it again.
She was one result away in 2024 from qualifying for the championship tour. Ended up the year, I think, 14th on the Challenger Series. She was right there, and that's how grueling, how you can get so close. Of course, this year we're taking the top 6 women, so that's the aim for all of these ladies.
I mean, realistically, that's so good that you got there, but that also can create a little bit of scar tissue as well, because everybody has to reset every single year. So it's a double-edged sword when you get into that rare era of being so close to qualify but yet not. But I mean, from a surfing standpoint, my gosh, it seems like she's just continued year in and year out to get better and more confident and more versatile, actually. So it feels like just a matter of time.
Yeah. Well, I think it's time to check in with my sobrino, Mitchell Salazar. Mitch, what are you up to?
Hey, good afternoon, Kaipo, here at the Lexus house, right next door to you guys. And guess what? I got a couple of raffle tickets right here, because there are upcycled products like these totes that are originally made from board shorts right here. These sick hats that are from Yoki Shop, which are exclusive to the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. 2-3 p.m. every day. We have brand new raffles. You can win a ton of different things like this. But on Sunday, though, This is the most important one, and it's really the most valuable prize out of them all. You can win this surfboard right here, which is custom to this event's year, to the event of this year. But I mean, look at it. It's a single fin. It looks good. It's really aesthetic to the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier. And it's 3 p.m. right now, so we might be getting the raffles. I got 2 tickets. I might be winning some stuff for both of you guys, and I might be getting something for myself too. But every day it's completely free, and they got food free on the weekends too, right here at the Lexus house.
Good luck with the raffle there. Tessa Thyssen on the backhand hooks it up in the air. Of course, Yoki Shop, Jeff Yokoyama, a legendary designer. Then there's Groms are excited there. But all that gear that Yoki's putting up, hopefully we get a chance to speak with Jeff Yokoyama. Really, when you talk about the surf industry and design, one of the founders of Maui and Sons went on to find Pirate Surf after that, which was a division of Quicksilver. Just an incredible designer. Now he has his own shop there, a Yoki shop, and he's doing some collaborations here with Lexus, which is great.
That's so fun. I love when we get into the fabric of the surf culture and actually how it affects the scene here. This is Surf City.
You were born into the surf culture, my friend. I mean, your father was one of the originals with Locomotion.
Yeah.
When I was a kid riding those boards, and your dad would take care of me when I'd come over to California. That's
funny.
How small the world is.
It is, and it stays pretty small. Like I look back now, and my dad would always bring the VHSs home as he would go into the surf stores, and he would collect the latest and greatest of whatever movie. And to me, that was like, I mean, that's affected my life to this day and what I think of surfing and the surf heroes and everything like that. Like those little stories, even through Maui and Sons and Pirate Surf, like those are 2 really incredible brands that have vibrant eras within the surf industry. So, yeah, it's rad.
Yeah, that was just the booming days of the surf industry, but always, you know, it's an evolution. We got some new brands coming up and are being very successful. Florence has been outfitting us as an example of a new brand that's really having its time right now.
Oh, I love it, and they're doing it in their own way. It is an extension of the 3 brothers and how they push out in Mother Nature and put themselves at the extremes, and they want comfortable gear that can make it easier on them, essentially.
Just saw Nathan when I was back at home. He actually competed in the foil division, paddling from Molokai to Oahu. And those guys had a grueling course. You want wind to paddle the channel. They got a glassy morning, and it was hard to even get those foils up for a lot of the guys. But he pulled it.
Well, what I was going to say is the through line, and it actually does connect us back to this heat, is the mental fortitude that you create. And some of the greatest athletes in surfing have the strongest mental fortitude to be able to be challenged and deal with Mother Nature. So like in other sports, it can be rigid. You have your game plan, you train, and then you execute on the court or wherever you do that. But here, then you interact with what Mother Nature provides in a certain amount of time. And this week, I think, will be very incredible to watch because it's going to be super challenging. Like you asked earlier, my take on whether small or big Huntington, like what do I look forward to? And it's fireworks when you get these big south swell lines. Everything is on the line, but there's the potential to have these hero stories and these hero moments. Like we should always reference the Andy Irons backside floater.
Yeah.
When it was 8 to 10 foot out here and he laid it on the lip line. I was a kid and I was watching that and it was just like, it's still seared into my memory. So I think it should be a really, really fun week, but it's going to be that challenge that they'll have to overcome because it's going to be very hard. It's not going to be paint by numbers to get these good scores on the board.
Yeah, I feel we're going to see some incredible performances. Taking a look at the forecast. Tessa with a quick up and out. We're going to take a break while we wait for that score to come through for Tessa Thyssen here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. So much going on, and we have a raffle winner at the Lexus house right now. Congratulations. It's all going on here in Huntington Beach. Back after this. Lexus US Open of Surfing, stop number 2 on the Challenger Series as we look at our 2026 schedule. From here in September, we head to Sao Paulo, São Sebastião for stop number 3, then over to Europe, Ericeira, that right point in Portugal, and then finishing off where all the qualifications are going to happen, it's Steel City, Newcastle in Australia. That's going to happen March 1st through 7th of 2027, where we will inaugurate 6 women, 10 men onto the 2027 Championship Tour. Kaipo Girl with Tanner Gudauskas, and just having a good time here in Huntington Beach.
Yeah, we're having a great time. I mean, even looking back, which wasn't that long ago, Bolita was so fun to watch. I mean, we're well and truly into the Challenger Series this year, and there's already stories and crazy heats, and it's just been, I always have loved watching the Challenger Series level because it's where those stories are birthed, take it to the tour, and you're a fan of them from the beginning, where they really have to hustle through these heats. The 4-man heats are very challenging for the top surfer to consistently rise to the top. So it's just a different game.
Yeah.
You know it well. It's like you have to get into the hustle of the Challenger Series. It can be challenging for so many different reasons, but at the end of the day, it creates such a well-rounded surfer, and it gets them primed for the tour.
Yeah. You're right. You're right about that. And for our Championship Tour surfers, lower in the rankings, it's an insurance policy too. So a lot of those surfers having to do double duty. Eden off the top, and a strong backhand hanger for San Clemente's Eden Waller.
I love that turn. That was insane. So the way that she was able to take a lateral line and then snap it through her bottom turn to create a vertical ascension to the lip, get her fins over, and essentially coping ride that lip as it was coming back down. Really advanced surfing there. I'm sure that's going to be a great score. She's already got a 5.0 on the scoreboard. So watch this, Kaipo. She's right here. It's a lot of speed moving across her board, and she pulls the e-brake in that bottom turn, which allows her to maximize the vertical nature of this turn right into the lip. Great job. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of classic Eden Waller for you.
And a 6.1 for that effort. Moana Jones-Wong streaking down the line. Has to time this one, avoid an oncoming surfer as well. A lot going on that wave.
Whoa, that was fireworks. That was a surfer cutting out over the top, which was kind of creating a frenetic energy. And Moana looked like she had timed it pretty well, actually, all things considered, to go up for a massive hanging maneuver. But leaned back and it came away from her. But Kaipo, I think as the swell keeps coming on, as these sets keep happening, those big sections are what we all want to see be hit. You know, that's where the biggest scores are going to be had. And so Moana knows what she has to do. Even though she needs a 6.0, you could argue that would have been close to or that score.
Okay, so this is what happened. Blue had second priority in this case, and white had third. So interesting that second priority Tessa didn't kind of force that issue.
Yeah, that's actually, maybe looking back, that could have been a little bit of an error there. But Moana, it's really hard to stay calm when you see somebody in your peripheral. For both of those surfers, like, that is really hard to stay calm and collected.
9 minutes on the clock.
Oh, so, well, there you go. I
Yes.
mean, we're hearing from the judges right now, and Tessa didn't need to push the envelope. The judges acknowledge it is priority interference, white on blue. So Moana with a priority interference, and that's going to hurt the Hawaiian.
Yeah, that essentially closes that door pretty hard. So Kaipo, let's break that down. That happened really fast, it's weird because we're in the booth, we're watching it real time, and you see the wave, and it essentially just, you're watching Moana, and then you see Tessa cut over the top, but as that wave reads, they both have the potential to ride it. It is an equal right and a left. So by her kicking off, that means her potential is hindered, therefore the priority
interference on that,
is given.
Yeah, and so there you go. So what happens in this priority interference is Moana Jones will just count on one wave score for her heat total, so meaning that she needs a 9.41. It's possible. At this moment, it's still possible for Moana Jones Wong. She needs 9.41. But if Tessa gets into the double digits, then it's a done deal for Moana Jones Wong.
It's crazy because we're watching these lefts, and they look a little bit tame compared to how they surf. I'll break it down in a second as we see Eden with a really nice punch, blow tail turn on the right, but we've seen like even Moana's wave, it looks like it scopes down the line and you have a clean ending turn, but realistically when you're surfing it, you're working with the current, so your bottom turn feels so soggy, and to get the timing right in that lip where the wave is really giving you the brunt of its energy, it can tip you off your board so many times. So this is what I'm saying. Right here, you're moving with the current. It's going to feel really gentle under your surfboard. You're going to accelerate really quickly out of your bottom turn, so it's going to feel spring-loaded. And that energy coming against you is just really hard. It's not like it's convergent, if that makes sense, where you're dealing with two different timing and paces in a wave.
And it looks like, I mean, what the judges must have determined is that there was an opportunity for Tessa on that wave. And she kicked out probably due to safety, actually.
Yeah, and whether there was or there wasn't, it's on Moana right there. She definitely was seeing her stand up. You're surfing down the line frontside. You're seeing her riding the same wave. You know you don't have priority at the highest level, so it would have been smart for her to kick out early.
Gosh, just last heat we were talking about, you know, this wave just being the epicenter of interferences.
That's right.
And then the very next heat it comes through.
That's so funny. We were just talking about, you called it Interference City.
Interference City, yeah.
That's crazy.
Here's another look at this.
So, you know, right here for Tessa, she would have had to go low road to make it up into the lip for Moana's section, but she could have. And that's the biggest part about this story, is that Moana should have never forced that hand in that story to be unfolding.
Yeah, so it's going to be a tough one for Jones Wong. It's still mathematically in the game. And holding priority. Just under 6 minutes on the clock.
I think it's still very, very much so an interesting heat because you're looking at the top three with their highest scoring wave. It's a 6.1 for Eden, a 5.5 for Tessa, and a 6.5 for Charlie. So Charlie in the third spot, she's looking for something under a 3.0. That's there is that opportunity and more out there, for sure.
And just, again, you know, Eden Walla leading this heat right now. We talked about her just at such a young age. Already has a keeper. She got a quarterfinals in Bolito. I mean, a couple more quarterfinals, and you're looking really good for qualification.
Yeah, you start to build that campaign. And that was, looking back, you know, I know the schedule has changed and the timing of it, but you always felt like the U.S. Open was this springboard. Yeah. It was in the middle part of the year, back years ago, but this is where you would launch into Europe. So you would really look to get a result here and then close your year out strong. So with Eden getting a result in Bolito and now having a good heat here, you start to think like this looks like a year where it could be happening. She could be getting, it's different to find confidence in one single event. Finding it in multiple events is where you start to unlock that qualification recipe.
Yeah.
You know, and that's where you can really build that stronger confidence of being like, okay, I'm a tour surfer, but I'm just currently on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, and this year, what we see with swell, and we have a great forecast, is it's going to take, sometimes it's luck here. When there's giant lows and it's pretty small, that we've seen that in past, there's luck. But this year, there's going to be less luck involved and more skill involved, I believe, when we look at finals day.
Yeah, in competitive surfing at large, you're dealing with a luck factor. You know, we saw Sierra Kerr in her post-heat interview say the heat before hers had a crazy current for half the heat, and you can't control those sorts of things. All you can do is to react positively to them, create your game plan. If you have to be flexible and change it, you just have to get the work done in these heats, because sometimes when you're in a round of 48 heat, middle part of the year, you start to wonder, does this matter? You know, like what heat actually matters for you to make the qualification? And you know, it's silly to say every single heat does, but it's hard to stay focused on that and get really granular that every score that you put on the board matters for your long qualification run.
Well, here's Tessa lining up here on a nice right hand that hooks off the top a little bit too high, goes incomplete, so not going to improve upon her score line.
I like her snap. I like her bite on the backhand turns. I feel like she has an extra gear there that if she is given the correct wave or the correct pocket section, she would be able to get a very, very good score.
And that last wave for Tessa, it just was almost like she overpowered that wave. But still hanging on in second place. Charlie in the green jersey, you can see she's third in priority and needing a 2.9 to move into the lead. And here comes Charlie, and unable to hang on to that one. Still going to be searching for a 2.9. Completion on that wave would have turned the heat for the Australia.
Yeah, and ultimately that puts her in a really challenging spot because now she's really close to the pier, so.
That would have been, yeah, unfortunate.
Oh.
And now just having to power out through some pounding surf as we see a lot of consistency in this swell as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's another key factor is not only are you dealing with the current and the closeout sets, but it's consistent. So that's a good thing because there's opportunity to be had, but also in this case right here for Charlie, it's a super bad thing because you're just looking to get out the back, reset with the other competitors, and she's being held back.
Yeah, time is ticking away for Charlie Hatley. Moana Jones-Wong being very patient. She's going to have one shot at it, needing a 9.4. And Charlie's just stuck in that zone right there, Tanner, you were talking about. Hard to escape.
It's so hard to escape. And you can feel every second as it's ticking away. You know you don't need much. You know, realistically, Kaipo, I think you are correct. If she had come down with that turn, she would have been right on the money for the score. So you're kind of kicking yourself on that, but it's such a challenging wave. You are forced to stay so low and compact after you're pulling those maneuvers where there's so much extension on the lip.
Tessa finds a left-hander. Big snap off the top, pokes the nose, but pulls it out. Second turn for Tyson, and not able to ride out of it. Looking to improve upon a 3.9. That one turn may have done that. We'll wait and see as we're in the final minute of comp.
Isn't it interesting watching Eden Walla, who's a younger competitor? She's very savvy. She's staying over the top of Tessa, making sure she watches what she's riding as Tessa's really just underneath her by one, but she's acutely aware that Charlie isn't close to her and only needs a 3. So when that sort of situation, when you're in first and the person who's in second and the person who's in third doesn't need much to get over the top of both of you, I think it's really well read by Eden and very competitively in the know.
Well, this is going to be the last ride for Moana Jones-Wong. A series of cutbacks, nice surfing, but unfortunately I can tell you that wave does not have the 9.4 that she's required scoring potential. And that's a shame because that is going to be a decent score, but likely not enough.
Once again, one of those moments where the degree of difficulty is absolutely red.
So we're going to wait for that score to make it official for Moana Jones-Wong, but it looks like it's going to be Eden Walla and Tessa Tyson moving on into the next round. And an unfortunate heat for Moana Jones-Wong. There it is, Eden Walla, Tessa Tyson. It's official into the next round. We're into a commercial break. More action from the Lexus US Open of Surfing after these messages.
Just when you thought it was safe to have a nice leisurely afternoon on the beach here in Huntington, think again, the Challenger Series is on. Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Wow, Eden Walla putting on a clinic, getting up into the double digits. As we flip things over to another heat in the water, I am Chris Cote, I'm with Rosie Hodge, and just like that, things escalate from 0 to 100 quickly.
It definitely has been an action-packed afternoon. We crowned longboard champions, but now we're into the round of 48 of the women on the Challenger Series, and the action has been amazing. We've seen, priority interferences happening. We've seen Eden Waller, who's doing so well on the Challenger Series, advance. So there's so much to look forward to this afternoon, Chris.
Yeah, it's already been a wild ride here on day one of the Challenger Series. Round of 48, Heat 5, packed with stars. Sol Aguirre, Enan Matsuoka, Kana Nakashio, and one of the coolest names in all of surfing, Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie. Australia, Japan, and Peru represented here. Sol Aguirre coming in as the high seed, right now ranked number 4 after a strong finish at Polito. So this is another one of those heats where, I want to be shocked by the names of this magnitude in round 1, but I kind of knew what to expect, but it still never gets old. It never gets easier. The Challenger Series is named that for a reason. A huge challenge for all the surfers involved. And one of the names that we expect to do big things is Sol Aguirre. Just up and down real quick. That's going to help shuffle priority. And priority has already become an issue for some of the surfers in the lineup. So we'll see these 30-minute heats. They're just packed with pure entertainment. Here we go, Mackenzie. Speedy surfing down the line, huge finish, nice and steady, stays on her feet. Quick work there for Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie.
Yeah, Ziggy's such a great talent. I mean, spends a lot of time in Indonesia. I think that's what she calls home. But you just look at these heats, they are so stacked. Ziggy's actually made a final in the Challenger Series in Newcastle just a few months ago, lost to Alyssa Spencer, but just cool to see, the glimpses of the talent that she's got, and she can put it together in heats, Chris.
Well, she's got a challenge ahead of her because you can see these waves, you find the right one. 2-turn combo can be potent.
And I love that wave from Ziggy. She kind of gets that cutback maneuver, but she cuts it short, knowing that she's going to have to reposition herself for that end maneuver.
So the 3 happened during the break. Inan Matsuoka.
Great to see a quick start for all of for these women, just getting those opportunities quickly, making sure that they have something on the board. As we've seen that energy intensify, we have seen the bottom of the tide at about 3 p.m. So the tide's going to start pushing along with that energy as the swell fills in.
Yeah, the water has calmed down a little bit. In the first couple of heats of the Challenger Series this afternoon, we saw a gnarly rip current just running, actually catching some of our surfers. They were stuck by the pier for a while. So it seems to have calmed down current-wise. But the good news is with this tidal push, we're starting to see more consistency in the waves and plenty of swell from the Cat 4 hurricane Genevieve that's just been perfectly placed off the coast. Warm water, it's about 73 degrees, 80 in the air. So everything coming together for the start of the Challenger Series. Anan Matsuoka, Chiba, Japan. Chiba kind of seen as like the Huntington Beach of Japan, a super popular hot spot for surfing. So many stars have come out of that region. First scores come through. Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie off to a great start, a 6.33.
Yeah, that's a nice score to start off your heat, and it's a good foundation, a good place to work through and work from with 24 and a half minutes remaining. It puts her in a really comfortable position.
So with 4 surfers in the water, all taking turns in priority, it's like I-5 freeway south on a Friday afternoon. Things can get pretty hectic out there. You just have to have all your wits about you. Not only are you searching for waves, but you also have to be scanning for your fellow competitors and know exactly where you are in line. Here's that last wave from Ainon.
And up and riding. Good hit there, up in the lip. So important to complete these maneuvers when that one opportunity presents itself.
Yeah, and 1-turn waves can count. You do a big enough belt, get yourself a 4 or a 5. The judges are really liking, of course, power surfing. They want to see you put it right on the edge. They want to see you come out of these turns with control. Kana did that. She got a 5-point score for her opening wave. So The high mark so far still remains 6.33. Matsuoka with a 3. And here we go. Matsuoka on her backhand. Big snap there. Comes around it. Functional foam climb. See if she tries to make this inside section. She does. Smart surfing there. Just keeps pushing forward down the line. This one has a cool inside section for her. So ripping her way to a 4-turn combination. Ananda Matsuoka will be on the board in a big way.
Yeah, Anon, you can just tell the people that have a good handle on beach break conditions and the way that they identify scoring potential on waves. She's got a good read on this lineup at the moment, and she's utilizing that to great success here as we watch her on her backhand, eyes off that section, over her shoulder. Again, winds up for that kind of foam climb maneuver. I love that she was able to connect with this inside section. She doesn't give up on this wave. She has a good read throughout, finds that low road, belts it again.
It's pretty cool that a trick name as benign as a foam climb can actually be really impactful, because she used that to kind of help generate speed and get around that section, and then she was able to do 3 more turns. So I think the judges are going to be thinking about that whole wave, the speed, power flow all the way through. And look at this bowling right. Oh, whitewater river rafting. Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie almost connecting with the turn of the day so far.
Yeah, those are the ones too, Chris, when you're just going through the motions on that whitewater, all the hard work's been done for you. You've put your board on the rail, you've met that section, and then it's just about riding out clean. Unfortunately, that's going to be deemed incomplete. Looks like she's going to do the runaround. Let's have a look here. So she kind of eyes off that section, whips it up in the lip. You can see as those 2 pieces of water converge on each other, that left and that right, as it meets, it's so tricky to ride out of all of that fluffy foam. It kind of just grabs the board from underneath you.
Gosh, that was one of those turns you could almost hear it when she hit the lip there. So much happening when these 2 waves converge. So this runaround, this actually takes a lot of energy. You got to come in, you run back around, you still have to do a full paddle out. As you paddle out, the current's going to be dragging you towards the pier. I mean, try this at home. Next time you're surfing your home break, come out of the water, full sprint up the beach, and then get right back out there. Trust me, this is pure athleticism.
Running alongside her there, her coach Adam Duffner. He's been so instrumental in a lot of success for the Challenger Series surfers. So just giving her a couple words there can be nice to kind of do that reset, check in with your coach. I mean, you're looking at the forecast for this US Open and you know that it's going to be physically demanding, knowing that there's going to be a lot of current, knowing you're going to have to do a run around, you're going to have to kind of do a run, swim, run, essentially.
The triathlon?
And then surf some waves to the best of your ability. So this moving playground, the ocean, is it always presents its challenges.
You know, the waves, once you get on them, they're going to serve you up some challenges, some ribs coming up the face, quick closeouts. I mean, you really have to just stand up and get involved immediately. We saw some patience on display throughout the entirety of the longboarding event, but I feel like here, you know, of course, timing is critical, but it's about just getting involved early, not only in the heat, but also on the waves that you're riding. Inside of 20 minutes now, Matsuoka in the lead, the 6.17 paired with a 3. Mackenzie, the 6.33, currently in second. Nakashio keeping up with the pace being set, got a 5-point ride. Soligere, just a .23. Yet to get things rolling. We see once you are on the outside, you know, it's about maintaining that position. Where do you want to be in the lineup? If you get too close to the pier, that thing will suck you right in. So we reach that 19-minute mark. Let's go down to the glass. Eden Wallace with AJ McCord.
Thanks, Chris. Eden, showing her experience here at Huntington Beach, being from just down the road in San Clemente. How did you rely on all the heats, all the comps that you've already had here at Huntington to get through today?
Yeah, it brings a lot of confidence, I'd say, to me especially. I kind of strive off of confidence, I'd say. So just all the heats I've had through the years really just make me feel super familiar here. And like, I showed up today and I was like, all right, it's just another heat at Huntington, and yeah, let's go get two waves.
I hope that confidence is at full tilt, because you started off the year, your first full one on the Challenger Series, with a 5th place finish in Bolito. What do you think is working so well for you here on this first full year of the Challenger Series?
Like I said before, I feel like I have a lot more confidence coming into this year and just in my surfing as well. And I think it's really showing and it's helping me a lot.
As you look forward, just what are you most excited about showcasing here at the U.S. Open?
I'm just excited to go surf again, surf some more heats. Every heat I get to surf, I just try to be grateful for it, and no matter what happens, just try to keep learning.
Well, we're grateful to get a chance to watch you surf. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Congrats, Eden. She is one of a handful of surfers who will be thriving when the waves are absolutely pumping. She's a charger.
Oh, she can send it. I love the way that she's been able to travel and really hone those skills in different waves, and she kind of has her little brother Zion who pushes her, and it's such a cool family dynamic.
So we're at 17 minutes, 20 seconds left. Team Japan are represented well in this heat with Matsuoka and Nakashio. We got Ziggy currently in 2nd place, trying to get rid of a 1.07. And this is not like Solagete. I mean, she is such a strong competitor. Absolute ripper. I mean, CT level talent. She does have a lot of time though. We're just, we're looking at 17 minutes, so don't get worried just yet. But she needs to start to get things going, because there are a lot of waves coming through, and here goes one of them. Ziggy up and out. So what have you been noticing? Is it the patient surfers that have been advancing through, or is it the surfers that go out there and just ride wave after wave after wave?
I definitely think that mining your opportunities is so important. These quick starts and really making sure you're attacking the bigger sections. That's been well rewarded today, but definitely seen very active surfers get well rewarded. Sol right now has to get her campaign going, and I'm sure as soon as she gets that first wave, that's going to set her into a good rhythm.
Yeah, so you see here in the red jersey, I mean, she may have fell victim to the current. It's been whipping through this takeoff zone. 16 minutes left. We'll see if Sol gets involved quickly. And speaking of getting involved, Mitchell is involved in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Hi, Mitch.
Yeah, hey, good afternoon, guys. Actually looking at somebody right here. It seems like Surfer in Red, speaking of Sol, she was up and riding briefly right there, but coming out of Los Órganos in the northern part of Peru, there's mostly a ton of lefts over there, but she got 3rd in Bolito already, and that's a keeper result by today's standards to be able to qualify for the World Championship Tour. Southern California has been great for her in the past though as well. She got 3rd in the World Juniors a few years ago over in Oceanside, so this is a place that she's competed at, done well before, and of course her partner Italo Messina, he's from just up the road in Malibu, so spends a lot of time right here in SoCal, knows the wave right here very well, but challenge you got there right now, guys. I'm telling you, this sweep is definitely looking a lot stronger this afternoon than it was a couple of hours ago.
You know what else is stronger? The crowd we have in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. It's like the first day of school. It's raging in there.
Yeah, definitely. The Euros are right here behind me. Janire, Connor, Iago, everybody, and it's the who's who's. John Wallet just walked behind me right now, and JoJo's right here prepping for her heat as well. We got Josh Kerr, everybody involved, and super fun. I mean, it's the first day of the Challenger Series, and I think people are excited to see the action warm up even more later this week, Chris.
Yeah, this is a cool moment as we see now whipping in to a nice frontside snap. Kana Nakashio. Great timing, and it looks like she could have a solid reform. No need for a hop. She just weaves her way through to the inside, showing nice style, strong finish. It's going to be a good number for Kana.
Yeah, definitely. There's such a level of comfort that you can draw when somewhere you can draw comparisons to where you grew up, where you come from a beach break, and I think Kana's going to be looking at the US Open here at Huntington in these kinds of conditions and feeling really comfortable. Stays low and compact. Very saucy little hit off the top there. I like that she was just able to kind of coil up like a spring, hit that lip line and come out of it with a lot of speed. No disruption of flow, then works this board rail to rail. There's no kind of that bounce of the board flapping. It's more just working that rail and generating that speed.
We got another runner. This is going to be a trend you're going to see for the rest of the afternoon, if not for the rest of the event. These south swells that push through Huntington Beach, they're pushing not only waves but a lot of water as well. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you see surfers paddling out 200-300 yards up the beach just to get in the proper takeoff zone. And once you're in the zone, you got to ride a wave or you're getting blasted under the pier.
And thankfully, these surfers are only going to surf once today. And I think as the week goes on and you're surfing multiple times a day, that's really going to take a toll on you physically. So we're going to see who can maintain that physical peak performance throughout this week.
13-12. We got a 1-2 Japan punch on top of this heat with Nakashio. Second wave comes through. That snap earns her a 4.87. So we see now Matsuoka backhand goes awry. She goes down. So Kana's in the lead. Anand in second. Siggy third. And Soligire leading an 8.87 with 12 minutes and 45 seconds left. Oddly, with no real scores of note on the board. But luckily for her, some time left with 12 minutes 40 seconds. Well, what's going to happen next? Will Seoul get involved in this heat? Will the two Japanese surfers take the top two spots? You're going to have to wait to see what happens. We're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. Heat 5, the round of 16, returns after these brief messages. Welcome back, surf fans. This is the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, and this is your official Surfline forecast. Look at all the activity in the Southern Pacific. These swells pushing their way up all the way focused towards Huntington Beach, and this is the lady we've been talking about, Genevieve, Cat 5 hurricane, sending these swells to us. Rosie, look at the size of waves we have for the next 4 days.
It is insane. I'm sure the surfers are stoked to see this kind of forecast, just knowing that there's going to be energy, there's going to be opportunities to surf. Thursday is going to be the peak of it, and then it's going to kind of taper down, but still plenty of swell, plenty of action. I don't think it's been below 3 foot for the last 3 months here in Southern California. It's been absolutely firing.
Yeah, it's been a good time to be a surfer here in Southern California. As you said, the water's been warm too, so you know these surfers can expect a lot of waves throughout the entire week. Everything will be tested, their boards, their stamina, their strength. You know, we could be looking at proper 10-foot sets in the next few days. We're talking waves that are scraping the bottom of the pier. I mean, as a viewer, as a fan, as an announcer, I want to see it. I want to see it all.
I feel like there's kind of two faces that you see for the US Open. It's either really small and challenging in that way, or you get these big southerly hurricane swells that come through and just create a lot of force and energy into that pier. So whatever you do here at Huntington, it's always got to be keeping your head on a swivel, being prepared for anything and everything.
So with 8 minutes 57 seconds to go during the break, Soligere gets involved. She dropped a 4.4, so she is well within reach of advancing through this heat. She now needs a 4.78. Out the back, you got Anand Matsuoka with priority. She's currently in second place. Nakashio is in that top spot. McKenzie just needs a 2.84, so here we go. Anand on a big left-hander, belts it off the top, goes for the massive floater re-entry. That's exactly the kind of guts that we want to see. She couldn't hang on to it, but you love to see a surfer send it like that.
You get catapulted when you take off on those left-handers, and you have to make a split-second decision of where you're going to draw your line on this wave. You can see there's that crease in the wave. As she takes off, she takes the high line up and over it, and unfortunately doesn't quite engage the rail the way she would have liked. But watch this, just a lot of velocity, just gets a little hung up there. She was committed though, I love that.
Yeah, already a highlight wipeout. This was pretty hectic.
Yeah, so much force. That's just like so much water flushing up the nasal cavities, but definitely just is an illustration of what she's capable of.
Yeah, it almost looked like when she went up into the snap, once she got there, she thought, uh-oh, now I'm here. What do I do? And kind of just went forward. Actually kind of took the safest route out of that turn because she hit the clean water and just came right out the back. And she's already back to the takeoff zone, so she kind of got lucky with how she fell on that wave. 7:20 to go. Situation still stands. Kana on 1-2, Kinsey 3, Aguirre 4. Priority has now switched to Ziggy. So with 7 minutes left, anything still possible for all 4 of these surfers. We're starting to see a bit of a lack of rights. You know, these lefts have been pushing through the pier. The rights are more often than not just kind of close out sections, but that's where a lot of the big scores have actually come from. So changes so much out here throughout the day.
Yeah, that's just having a handle on these conditions. We've kind of seen that northwest wind swell be dominated now by that hurricane swell. So there isn't that corner that you would usually see when that combo swell comes to fruition. So you got to change up your game plan. I think watching the conditions closely is going to be super important this afternoon.
Here we go. Mackenzie finds a little gem of a right. Quick snap to start, building speed. She surfs so quick. Just lightning fast, razor sharp. Not a lot of rail work, but a good 2-turn combination there. And she's just looking for a 2.84, so I think that was really smart surfing. She didn't overdo it, and wasn't really safe because she was going super fast, so I think the judges will give it to her.
I think so, and I think she just cleaned up a couple things there. She needed to have a complete ride. We saw her fall off previously, have to do the run around. So I think for Ziggy, the mentality now is just finish up a ride, add to my scoreline, and push that requirement. But yeah, there's room to really dig into those maneuvers. I think Ziggy was just trying to play that safe game, get that score on the board, and keep the safety of that first place position.
Yeah, the judges bought it. 4.57. You know, I feel like that was all about the speed. A lot of flow too. You know, then she did get involved with the critical sections of the wave, and she put herself in the top spot. Quick flash, the red jersey there. Sol Aguirre. She's had a rough go, but she's still in it. Needs a 5.47 now after Ziggy's last wave was locked in. 5 minutes left. And they have to work for it out there this afternoon. You know, not only these paddle back out, you can just get pounded, but also once you get to the outside, you just got to keep on paddling to hold your position.
Yeah, and I'm feeling for Sol at the moment because you're coming off such a big result in Bolito, thinking you're going to carry that momentum through. You find yourself on the wrong side of the rhythm out at Huntington Beach, and it can kind of reverse that script on you. So we're hoping as we head into 4.5 minutes that Sol kind of finds this little pier ball right. Let's see what she can do with it.
Deep bottom turn. Didn't like the looks of it. Pulls out. You know, she's pretty much a veteran competitor at this point. She's been such a standout from such a young age, all the way through the juniors, the QS, and now in the Challenger Series for a few years, that she probably knew as she was dropping in that wave, this isn't a 5.47. Let me get out the back and give this another chance. There's a huge wave comes through. Can she get under it?
She's been doing, she's been getting caught after taking off on a couple of waves, and it was unfortunate because she had to kind of go on that little right-hander. You think here comes a nice little section coming towards you, and it just really offers you nothing.
3 minutes, 45 seconds. Surfer spreading out. The right comes through. Kana Nakashia trying to defend her second place position. Quick snap to start. She connects with the end section. So a solid 2-turn combination for Nakashio. Her low right now is a 4.87. She might have just bettered that and some.
Yeah, Kana's looking just so solid on her feet. Just impressed with the level of confidence that she has in this heat and the way she's reading the lineup. Stays compact and low. Good little bottom turn around that whitewater. Eyes off the section. She's not trying to fit too much into the wave in between maneuvers. She's really making those two moves stand out and punctuates this wave. Deep bottom turn from her. Sets it up nicely. Eyes down the line. She knows what section she wants to hit. And again, coils up, stays low, and maintains her composure over her surfboard.
Good, clean style. I see maybe a Coco Ho influence. That little slidey snap that Coco did so well throughout her career.
And the same can be said for Anon style. So both Kana and Anon, they have similar little bits of flair from Coco Ho that you see in their surfing. Super compact, low center of gravity.
Yeah, and that last wave sealed the deal for Kana. She is now in the top spot. A 6.13. That drops Ziggy to second. Anand Matsuoka, who is just in the lead, is now in third. Seoul now needs a 6.50. That would be one of the best waves of this heat. Is this the number she's looking for? Just a little late on the drop, and looked like there was a chance, but that wave just shouldered off so quickly. This is not the heat that I was expecting from Seoul. She's such a great surfer, but this is just the perfect illustration of how gnarly things are on the Challenger Series. Everyone's good. Everyone's going to make you earn it. With a minute 42 to go, we're in for a wild finish for sure. Kana is in that top spot. Ziggy drops a second. Anand third. Seoul 4. Seoul needing a 6.5. That last wave's not going to be it. Here we go. Anand trying to fight her way back into the top 2. Big backside snap. So the rights have come alive. Surfer weaving towards this inside section. It looks like she could have a good reform here. Wisely staying right in the power source of the wave. Couple kind of lateral quick snaps, but adds a 3-turn punch. Can't quite right out of the last turn. Outside snap was good. Some busy work through the inside. She's looking for a 4.74. Gonna be close.
It is going to be close, Chris. I think, you know, on the strength of that first turn, I loved where that wave was headed. And then, like you said, a bit lateral through that midsection. And then doesn't quite get the completion. So we've had a really nice line on it. Attacks that first maneuver, kind of does that down carve. Gets really slopey through this midsection. She weaves and she works this one through. And as it hits this inside section, you've really got to start lighting this up, as the judges are so aware that this wave's starting to get small and compact. It's hard. Once you've kind of misstepped or slightly mistimed one of the turns in that midsection, it's hard to kind of regain that rhythm.
Ziggy, late drop, stuck behind the section, but now she gets on the open face. Couple cool, speedy carves. She has got to be one of the fastest females on the Challenger Series. Into the inside, another quick snap there.
Something with Ziggy, the mentality of her taking off on that wave. She knows that her competitor in third place, Anon, has just had a wave, potentially going to get the score. So she's really surfing, thinking that she needs to get a number. So we'll see how these last two scores play into the picture of this heat.
Yeah, edge of our seat action all the way through. Let's take one more look at this wave from Ziggy Aloha McKenzie.
Yeah, really fast to try and get around this section, does well. But as soon as she comes around that section, she's already met with that slopey kind of section. Love the cutback maneuvers. She's staying engaged with this wave. You can tell that she's surfing with a lot of heart. Finishes that move on the inside. Okay, let's have a look. So a little bit of a bigger wave, beautiful outside carve, and that's maybe what Ziggy's wave was missing, that kind of outside maneuver. But then through this midsection, it's kind of a little bit sleepy. She works it over rail to rail. Man, the judges are really going to dissect these last two waves and make sure that the result is what it should be.
Yeah, there's so much at stake. I mean, this heat, this day, you know, you look forward the rest of the Challenger Series, this could be the moment that you just miss out on the championship tour. I mean, it sounds like superlative, but this is really true. This could set you up for the rest of the year.
And these moments on the sand when you're waiting to hear the numbers come in from the judges, there's so much adrenaline, your heart's beating so fast, you're just hoping and wishing that you've done enough to make it through the heat.
Time's up. Now it's the waiting game. What are the judges going to do here? So remember, Anand's looking for a 4.74. Oh. Could be in for a heartbreaking finish for Anand, as these numbers are not going to add up. And there's the emotion. This is probably one of the more heartbreaking scenarios that you can have in sport. You know, you put everything into it, travel all the way here, train, and just like that, by a 1/10 of a point, it's not enough. But give it up to our advancing surfers. Kana Nakashio, Ziggy Aloha McKenzie, and Shakin Asol Agere is out in the first round. Expect the unexpected here in the Challenger Series. You're watching the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, and we'll be right back. We're back, surf fans. It's the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. A beautiful afternoon here at Huntington Beach, California. And we're just getting started, and the upsets have already come calling. A massive opening round for our Women's Challenger Series. And this round of 48, heat number 6, featuring a lot of stars of this sport. Evaluea Wong, Sarah Baum, Maria Salgado, and Luis Lapront. We've got 2 surfers representing South Africa. Maria from Portugal and Wong from Hawaii. Sarah Baum, highest ranked surfer, but not by much, because Evaluea Wong, she's sitting at 16th. Here we go. This is straight off the buzzer, Rosie.
Yeah, what a way to start off your campaign. Sarah Baum on the backhand, quick slice through there, hold on to it. That's how you want to start a heat, Chris. 2 searing maneuvers on the backhand as we watch Maria finding connection of her own. 1-hit combo there, but good little firing action to start this heat off.
Just a 3-pack.
Yeah,
ripping waves with some good scores. I think that was Lapront up and out real quick. So the high mark so far is Sarah Baum's wave. The 6-point ride puts her in the lead. Salgado comes through a 4.83. Lapront with the 4.17. Chris Cote here with Rosie Hodge. Rosie, so much action already. This heat is lighting up quickly, and I feel like getting that quick start is going to work wonders for you in the back half of the heat, because it'll just give you a little bit more opportunity to just potentially wait and see what unfolds and give yourself a shot. And this is where you don't want to get stuck.
You don't want to be there, but we know that this is part of the action today. You're going to have to potentially do runarounds, but definitely getting that quick start is so crucial today, and being able to manage the back half of the heat without applying that extra pressure to yourself.
So Ava Leilua Wong, 2025 Challenger Series number 18, coming into this year in a really good position. A ripping surfer in all types of conditions. Here's her opening wave. Oh!
Whoa, just a little bit mistimed there. I know that she hit attack sections. Eve is such an amazing surfer out of Hawaii.
Eve's put together some great contest runs and some great video parts. She is gnarly in the face of big, hectic sections, so hopefully we see her hit one of those while we wait to see the next wave ridden, and this is going to be rapid fire succession of waves all day long. So now we got a second. All right, let's catch up with the winner of the last heat, Kana Nakashio, on the glass with AJ.
Thanks, Chris. She only took 3 waves in this heat. 2 of them were what you needed. Tell me about your strategy here at Huntington.
Yeah, I'm so happy. My first roundup this year. Yeah, it was so tough condition. Yeah, I'm so happy.
As you should be. On to the next round here at Huntington. Before we let you go, do you have anything you want to say to friends and family back home?
いつも応援ありがとうございます。とりあえず今年の CS でラウンドアップできてとても嬉しいので、ちょっと波上がるんですけど、自分の精一杯のライディングして勝てるように頑張るので、応援よろしくお願いします。
おめでとう。
Thank you.
Congrats, Kana. I mean, every heat you make it through in the Challenger Series here in 2026 has to feel like you've just won a final. I mean, they're all so packed with talent. It's incredible to me.
Seriously, you're giving your all in these 30-minute exchanges and just hoping for the best, Chris, because they're so stacked. It's really fun, though, just to see the camaraderie on the tour, hanging out in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, seeing everyone kind of meeting up in their different travel plans, and a lot of times the surfers, a lot of them staying together, getting homes here at the US Open in Huntington, and just kind of traveling as a group.
Start to form little gangs.
Yeah, exactly.
Roaming the streets after the contest is over. 23-34. Looks like a little right-hander just popped up for Eve. Super stylish, quick surfer. Nice. 2-turn combo kind of through the midsection, then she gets that little foam climb. Here's where she's going to make the decision. Do I paddle out under the pier? Do I do the runaround? And this is where having a coach at the water's edge can help, because you're already doing everything to try to ride the waves, pick the right wave. Sometimes you could just look in, and if they say, whatever hand signals like, nope, come in, run, or you're good, paddle out under the pier, it can just help take some of the pressure off of you.
Well, Eve is such a savvy competitor, definitely recognizing that she's sharpened that skill set. And she's obviously had amazing success, thinking about the year in Haleiwa where she got the wild card, made all the way to the final of a Challenger Series event, as we see this little wave from her. So you think about her first wave, unable to complete that one. So picking off this little pier ball right and doing the 2-turn combo, I think, for her, in her mind, she's like, okay, I got to get something on the board. I'm right at the pier. I'm getting swept down. Let me find a corner. Oh, she's electing to paddle through the pier and maybe head south from there.
I mean, she tackles the biggest days on the North Shore. She's just a gnarly surfer, and so with that, of course, you're going to be an incredible paddler. Eve is a water woman for sure, and she's got a rad story. She's carrying on the tradition of the Hawaiian language, and basically, she is spreading that beautiful language around, and it's great because as time goes by, a lot of these things tend to just be forgotten. So it's awesome that she's really dedicated a lot to keeping that beautiful language alive. Be cool to have her come in the booth and commentate the entire heat.
Yeah, I remember on the stage at Haleiwa, she was answering the questions in Hawaiian, and it was such a beautiful thing to witness. She was a young teenager at that time, but just so well spoken, represents Hawaii so well, like you mentioned, and she's got such a good support crew on her side at the moment. It's cool to see where her career is going to take her.
Everyone is so good on the Challenger Series, but there's a handful of these surfers that you could kind of imagine what they would look like on the championship tour. To me, Eve is one of those surfers that would fit in really nicely. As we see now, Salgado. That was a menacing chunk of whitewater coming down on her. Wise decision to just get out of the way. 20 minutes, 45 seconds. Sarah Baum, another one of those surfers who is very comfortable in waves of consequence. I don't think anybody at this level has any fear on a day like today. This is playful for elite level surfers like this. But, in a couple days, some of them could be tested. We'll see.
Definitely. It's fun to watch how people manage what they have on offer, the equipment that they're going to choose, how prepared they are for these events. Just reflecting Sarah Baum, she's from the south coast of Durban, as well as Louise. They actually are from similar regions in South Africa. And now Sarah Baum, I think, is calling Australia home. I know that she was located in Newcastle for a long time. And it is such a wave-rich region. There's a lot of right-hand point breaks as well as punchy beach breaks. So both of these women are going to be super versatile in any kind of conditions and well prepared for anything that the US Open throws at them.
No fear is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Inside of 20 minutes to go. Sarah Baum in the lead on the strength of a 6.57. She's backed it up nicely, or hasn't backed it up yet. 0.57. Still in the lead on the strength of that one wave. Salgado with the 4.83. That last score comes through 0.43, non-factored. So everybody's got something. Wong's last wave, a 3.67. She's in the mix. And at the moment, second, third, fourth, everybody just needing a 2-point ride or above.
Yeah, there's not much in it.
So we're looking at a Tuesday afternoon, 4:03 p.m. And we've got a couple more heats after this, and then of course the always awesome 8:05 post show, which is going to be a real fun wrap. Late drop there from Maria. So 2 waves in a row, closeouts. I'm not mad at the idea of rolling the dice. The only thing is, if you ride one of these waves a little too far in, then you're going to wear about 6 of them on the head on your paddle back out.
That's true. I mean, wave selection is so important on a day like today. Just conserve your energy. What I love about the Challenger Series is that we're exposed to so much talent. This is actually my first time witnessing Maria surf, so this is fun for me to have a front row watching the action and get acquainted with these new surfers that are making their charge on the Challenger Series.
18 minutes left. Situation still stands as these surfers all just fight to stay in position. Huge playing field, but it's pretty cool that everything kind of gets condensed here by the pier. I think that's one of the huge reasons. The pier kind of activates the sandbars, and it's an absolute swell magnet. If you look out, it looks to me like 2 or 3 feet bigger right in this pier area than down the beach. It's pretty cool. A man-made wave machine.
Yeah, the energy is really focused in on this little stretch of beach. You're seeing the sandbars create a lot of the times with that pier. It kind of builds that sand in between. All the nooks and crannies are filled in. I really like the way that the banks are looking for this year's US Open. Sometimes you can come in and there'll be a deep trench in that midsection, which makes that inside connection really hard to get. But I think this year it's really lined up nicely, Chris.
Yeah, the Surfline forecast has a lot of people really excited. Fans of competitive surfing, of course, are pumped to see what the elite level can do. And then surfers all up and down the coast probably trying to kind of like map out their next couple of days. A lot of places it's going to be too big. So the marquee spots, the Malibus, the lower trestles, these places are going to be absolutely popping. So choose wisely. Do not paddle out above your limits. We don't want to make the lifeguards have to work any harder than they already do. 16 minutes, 30 seconds left. Wait for your next set to roll through. I believe Mitchell Salazar is in the mix.
I am Chris. I'm on the Pacifico deck, and guess what? We got a ton of different things right here. We got micheladas on the weekend. We got ice cold Pacificos this afternoon. It's just after 4 p.m., and we got the Surf 100 boards available right here too. Different surfers, by the way. This board, it's a Tokoro. It's actually from Zeke Lau. We got Timmy Patterson right here from Dimitri Poulos. This is actually one of Benji Brand's boards. It's a Paisel. This is Ryan Huckabee, one of the best surfers in North America out of Flagler Beach. We got another Paizel by Finn McGill, the former world junior champion. So come down, Pacifico deck this afternoon. Still got a couple more hours of competition. Guess what? This is going to be going on all week, heading into the weekend. And once again, ice cold micheladas, 21 plus right here at the Pacifico deck this weekend.
I heard they're actually named after Mitchell, micheladas. It's cool. I felt like they've been around for a while, but apparently they're new. Now, Mitchell giving us the news there that, yes, there's a lot to get involved with down here. You got to be 21 and over if you want to hang out at that deck, but plenty of things for everybody to get involved with. Music, games. I saw Rosie spinning the wheel the other day. I believe you won a hacky sack or something.
I want a high five.
Yeah, some super cool happenings going on down here. As usual, this is, in fact, the U.S. Open of Surfing, so you know what's going to be popping. Love to see it. 15 minutes left. Back to business. Quick look, Ava. Neither one of those waves are going to come into the score line. Rosie, when things start this fast, how do you keep your head clear when you can hear the scores? Our technical beach announcer is the best in the business, but how do you just focus on the task at hand when you're going up against the current? You have 3 other surfers in the water. There's priority. There's whistles. There's hoots and hollers. People are yelling at you from the pier. How do you stay focused out in a lineup like this?
I think it's just embracing the calm. I think just really breaking it down in a way that makes you feel settled, knowing that there's time on the clock, knowing that really it's only one wave that these surfers have got in their scoreline. The second scoring ride is nothing of significance. So everyone in this heat is well within reach. So just recognizing that, keeping that self-belief that when a wave comes, you're going to do your best surfing and not overthinking it.
So we have just inside of 14 minutes left. Priority is with LaPront. Currently in the lead, you've got Sarah Palm. She's sitting on a 6-point ride, but no surfers right now with a backup score. So a lot is going to happen in the back half of this heat. We're going to take a quick break. Don't worry, we'll be right back with more. You're watching the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Scan the QR code for the ultimate VIP experience in Peniche, Portugal. Of course, during WSL Championship Tour spot, and from experience, I can tell you that is one of the coolest stops of the entire season. Rosie, the food, the crowd, the waves, it all happens in Portugal, and this thing will sell out, so act now.
No, I love Portugal. I actually wanted to move there for a hot minute. I'm such a huge fan. Peniche is an amazing part of that country, as well as the other regions that we visit. I highly recommend scanning that QR code and getting yourself there.
Well, Rosie just scanned it herself, so that's probably a couple more
actually,
spots that are going to be gone.
And how dominant is the Portuguese surfing at the moment? I mean, we had Teresa Bonvolo and Francesca Vaselko that took top spots at on the Challenger Series at Bolido, so they are high up on the rankings there. We've got Maria Salgado in this heat at the moment. I mean, Portugal is blowing up. The level of talent is just insane.
They did pretty good in the World Cup as well. Big things happening for Portugal. And when you go to Peniche, you're probably going to see some big barrels happening. That place flexes on surfers. 10 minutes 17 to go. We might see Huntington Beach do a Peniche impression in the next few days.
Super Tubos.
So Sarah Baum still in the lead. And for the past 6 or 7 minutes, it's been rough going. Big set just rolled through, but it wasn't good. It was just a big steamroller sent by Genevieve. So we're inside of 10 minutes. Salgado in second, Baum first, Laprant just needing 147. Ava just needs a 197. But gosh, what a daunting task, right? You need you basically need to stand up and maybe do one turn to get that score, but a lot of times these waves are not even going to allow that. You know, they're so fast.
Well, we could see everyone kind of switch up their game plan come the last 5 minutes with such a small score required to get into an advancing position. People might kind of transition to the inside and be looking for a reform. I think it could get pretty crazy and hectic come the end of this heat. I hope we just see some more sets come through and these women find just better quality rides for themselves, as we see that River Rip just running through the lineup at the moment.
I'm impressed that she can even paddle against it. I would be in Long Beach by now. This current is so
And what a
radical.
tease the jet skis right next to you, just like, you got this.
Yeah.
Keep paddling.
Yeah, good point. No jet ski assist here at the Challenger Series today. It's all paddle power. As we see Eve now battling the current, and I think she's winning. She's making some progress. I mean, that's not part of the judging criteria, but I'm going to give her some points for that. Just some, feel-good points, because when you can put everything together and use all your skills to advance through a heat, you've done something pretty impressive here. And I think she's in the clear. It really starts to pull you as you're kind of like underneath the shadow of the pier. So to get out of that part and out into clear water, you find yourself in the relative safety of the proper takeoff zone. So we're looking at 7 minutes, 55 seconds, waiting for a backup score from anyone. Would you be looking, I know you've competed out here a bunch of times, Rosie, what would you be looking for right now? A medium-sized wave, maybe a wave that would just give you one big closeout snap, a mega floater? What are you looking for?
My mantra at the moment is, if you can catch it, go, get your feet. So I almost feel like it's a similar kind of situation right now. Like, if you find just any kind of open water on a wave at the moment, if you can get one turn up into it, great. If you have a corner, do what you can on that, as we see a paddle out the back, Chris.
Sarah Baum, she was in fourth priority, so that's not going to hurt her. Oh, she had to give way to Salgado. And one thing about going right this afternoon is it's going to just put you right back in the takeoff zone. If you go left, you run the risk of just getting sucked straight onto the pier. And I can't believe I'm saying that as a goofy footer, but it's true. I mean, the rights are going to help you position-wise, and I think that's already where we've seen the majority of these keeper scores. These 4s and 6s have happened on the rights.
Yeah, and I think that was almost like for Maria, like a positioning situation where she wanted to create some space in that lineup, get a little bit further south, get to the peak that she wanted to be on. As we see, all of the surfers, I think, are going to start to clump together as we get to the final remaining minutes, and people are going to be scratching for scores. We're going to see probably musical chairs with the positions in this heat. If anyone gets a ride, I think we're going to see things change a lot.
Here goes Baum on her backhand. Wave collapsing around her. And it looks like Eve is back in the takeoff area, and she does have priority. As we see now, white jersey, Salgado. Big snap there. So that could be our first backup score with 5.5 minutes left. I mean, at this point, like you said, Rosie, take anything you can.
Yeah, just get busy. It's just so tricky out there at the moment. There's so many things that are out of your control. I think just finding a wave right now is your main priority. Not really worrying about too much about priority or sticking on the surfers around you. It's so hard to make a decision right now when there's not much in it.
It was kind of cool when you saw Maria stand up on that wave. These left just slingshot you so fast down the line. You don't have to worry about building speed. It's almost about like trying to control your speed. We've already seen some surfers just thrown out of control towards the pier. So with 5 minutes left, Salgado gets the number, a 2.6. She is now in the lead. Sarah Baum in second. Lapront drops to third. Eve needs a 2.91. Everybody's still well within reach of one of those top two spots. I mean, I would say that Luis and Eve are just as dangerous right now as Maria and Sarah, because they all just need one low backup score to put themselves in pole position. Top two surfers advance through, third and fourth place surfers, you're out.
Well, just looking at that priority, I mean, Eve's got first priority, Luis has second, so it's dangerous for those top two surfers because the little set comes through. Those two women have control of the lineup, and that can kind of be the end of your campaign here.
And it's funny too, right? So let's say you have top priority. Just add that to the list of responsibilities, right? Because you got to play defense. You got to try to make sure that your competitors don't get on a good wave, but you also have to give yourself a chance to get a score. As we see Sarah Baum driving down the line. Finally some open face to work with here. She's flying towards the pier. And nicely done. Good clean finish. Lapront now getting involved. So just when we think,
to give way.
Looked like Eva had a big snap on the outside.
I think for Sarah, it just highlights the importance of starting your campaign early, getting that quick wave in your scoreline, because she's going to be way out in front. Very interested to see the beginning part of Eve's wave. She had priority. Luis had to give way to her. But I think we're going to see things shuffle. I think Sarah's going to go into the lead, and I think Eve is going to be finding herself in an advancing spot. Quick hit up there. Oh, okay. And then a whitewater climb, another whitewater climb.
That first turn.
The first turn was
felt
rad.
like a 2+ something. It's going to be close, but a 2.91.
And then Sarah. Yeah, Sarah does so well here. So I think the tricky thing for Eve is that Sarah's going to improve her situation, head into first, which means that's going to push the requirement for Eve with Maria dropping down into second place. So let's see how those numbers kind of fit into the sequence of events that we've just seen play out.
Yeah, Eve's going to need more for sure. Sarah with that 6. Definitely got above a 1.43. She's going to be in the top spot, and there it was, a 4-point ride. So now Eve needs a 3.77. So that's a different story now, right? You would have needed probably 2 pretty solid turns to get something up in the 4 range. Luis comes through at 1.83. She is going to hang on to that as a backup, but she doesn't want to hang on to that for too long. So we're waiting for a score to come through for Eve. Was it a 3.77? Can she get another opportunity in 1 minute, 57 seconds? Challenger Series is just so unpredictable. You know, it doesn't matter how big your name is, it doesn't matter your ranking, anything can happen in these heats. If it's 1 foot, if it's 20 foot, I mean...
We've already seen some major upsets today. Leilani McGonigal out of the competition. Solagere out of the competition in the previous heat. Yeah, it's been...
Spoiler alert.
Oh my gosh, it's been just, it's heartbreaking. This tour can be incredibly heartbreaking, and also elation for these women that do make it through and get on a hot run.
Yeah, it's about building momentum. I mean, look, it's a cliche, but the marathon, not a sprint thing is absolutely true here at Huntington Beach at the U.S. Open. You're going to be serving a lot of heats. You see Laprant, really crisp, clean backside turn. Adds a couple through to the inside section. She's still generating points with making her way towards the sand with 49 seconds left. She's looking for a 3.27. There's good surfing. She's kind of leaving maybe a little bit of doubt in the judge's mind just because that wave didn't really offer her a critical section.
I just love her style too, just to see her kind of stand up on a wave and be like, okay, like I think that's the tricky thing sometimes, is traveling all this way and not getting an opportunity to surf to your potential.
Okay, so situation with 19 seconds left. 2 scores to come through. Louise Laprant needs a 3.27. Eve Wong needs a 3.77. Judges taking their time here, as they should. These 2 scores super important. And the countdown is on. No surfers up. All right, it all comes down to these last 2 scores. Did Eve do enough? Looking for a 3.77. And the score has come through. Oh, ouch. A 3.63. Doesn't get much closer than that. Laprant, her last score comes through at 2.07. So that's it. It's going to be Sarah Baum moving through with the heat win. Maria Salgado, presenting Portugal, comes through in second. Unfortunately, we lose Eve as well as Luis. But we got a lot more surfing. The stakes are high here in the Challenger Series. You're watching the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing. And by Board & Brew. Keeping it real since '79.
Hey, hey, what a day. Sarah Baum coming in victorious in her opening heat, the South African via Australia. On to the second round. We're on to more action here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Anchors away. Pull those anchors up. It's happy hour, and we're happy to be here, Kaipaguro. Tana Gudauskis.
Yes, we are.
Pretty good day.
Great day so far, and it feels like we're still early in the event. The swell is kicking. It's nothing but good energy.
Yeah, we already had men's and women's longboard champs. Now it's time to switch gears, and we're in our first round, the opening round, the round of 48 for the Challenger Series and the cast of surfers out in the water as we take a look here at Yanire Gonzalez Exabari from the Basque Country. She's out there in the blue jersey.
Yeah, I remember watching, actually, I believe her sister made an incredible run here last year at the US Open. And it's her time now. She's having a great year. Those are spicy sisters, the Echebari sisters from the Basque Country. Very, very great competitors. And a lot of spark.
A lot of spark. Also in the water, in red, India Robinson. Isla Hupats is out of Australia, and she's in the white jersey. And local girl, Bailey Turner, out in the green jersey. So another great heat on the way. I like you were talking about Yanire Gonzalez Escobar. Wait a minute. I see a snake. That's a Jake Patterson sighting, along with two-time champ Brett Simpson, talking strategy.
Wow. That would be both a very fun and intense conversation to be a part of.
Pretty fun conversations when you talk about Snake, you know, WA's greatest, and one of, gosh, well, what a great pro career he had, as well as, you know, a great coaching career. Here's Bailey Turner taking a look at the 17-year-olds right here from Huntington Beach. Comes from the Turner family, which is a great local surfing family here, Tanner.
Yeah, I mean, we absolutely have to mention that Ryan being her father, the Turner brothers, a little bit older than I was, but growing up, these guys set the pace for global feral surf travel. Gosh. They were so well known for getting off the grid and ripping.
And here goes Bailey, showing the local knowledge. Picks off a gem right there, a couple of taps off the top, and that should put her in the lead in this heat.
She will be able to tap into feeling really comfortable in conditions like this in the afternoon. I'm guesstimating that Brett Simpson would be down here to either watch her or maybe possibly help coach her. Huntington Beach, the surf scene, the fabric of the culture, very tight-knit, actually, when you think about it. Bailey, right on time with this replay. That's a great first turn, a good start in the heat. I really like her forehand. I think she'll be able to get a lot of good scores going today. But yeah, back to the point of her dad and I guess her uncle. These guys really were in the cutting edge of what could be done and really made you think of the imagination of the places you could travel to and how hard you could push it. So it's so cool to be seeing this next generation coming through the lineup.
That's right. And they make great hotcakes, the family. Talk about Sugar Shack right on Main Street. It's been a mainstay for incredible breakfast joint. If you don't know about the Sugar Shack, you're new to Huntington Beach because it's been there forever. Huntington Beach has been pretty good to Sarah Baum. Took a win in her first outing here. She's with AJ.
It certainly has been, Kaipo. Sarah, what a way to start your 2026 U.S. Open campaign. Talk me through that early ride.
Yeah, I was kind of spotting those rights before the heat. I want to go right, so that's my strong suit. So as soon as I saw a couple of rights, I was like, yeah, hopefully I can get one. And the girls kind of drifted down, and that one kind of came to me, and I was like, okay, sweet, let's just get 2 turns in and get a score on the board. And then, yeah, I kind of went flat for a while, which was a bit stressful. But yeah, no, we made it through, and yeah, stoked.
And we were just talking about, with a 4-person heat like this to start things off, how do you strategize around having that many other surfers in the water with you while still sticking to your game plan?
Yeah, for sure. Sometimes I'm like, why am I in the first round? But no, I just look at it as like a nice little warm-up. You know, obviously all the girls in the first round rip, so you've really got to bring your A game, and then the next round is also another time to bring your A game. And yeah, everyone's super fired up, and yeah, it's going to be an interesting couple of days, and we're definitely going to have some waves, so that's going to be good.
Yeah, that forecast, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm super nervous. With a south swell, it gets really tricky. There's a lot of water moving, but it also makes you kind of simplify it. You know, if you can get a wave with 1 turn, that's going to get you a score. If you can get 2 waves with 1 turn, that'll be perfect. So yeah, we'll just wake up and see.
Easy as that. Congrats, Sarah. We'll see you in the next one.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. What do you think? What's your take on a four surfer heat versus head-to-head?
Yeah, I'm so glad we're going to dive in. That interview had a lot of insight to it. I think staying right in the differences of competing in a 4-person heat versus a man-on-man heat. I think sometimes for me it was able to be feeling like you were doing your own thing when there was 4 people out there. It's not like jungle ball, but you just have to break away, find your own little cranny or nook and cranny in the lineup and get your scores, where when you're competing directly against somebody else, you're very aware of what they're doing versus what you're doing. And it's way more like chess. So I think for the beginning rounds, especially in 48, before things ratchet up again when they come against the higher seeds, I think it's a great way to start the contest's energy for yourself. Get out there, get your waves going, ride to rhythm, and start the event with that inertia.
Right. And you can second place your way all the way into that round of 16. We're going to go head-to-head. Sarah was talking about the forecast and what's on the table for us. Checked in with Surfline, Tanner, and look at those numbers.
there's multiple things here. That's 5 to 8 feet going into 8 to 10, 6 to 10, 6 to 8. The current will become such a big factor. I think she said it perfectly, where you will have to simplify what you're trying to achieve in the water. I wouldn't necessarily say a surfer like Sarah is scared of the height of the waves. It's more the current, the factor with the pier, it closing out, and you having to really get engaged with big, gnarly sections in Huntington Beach.
Yeah, it's been quite a summer for South Swells with that El Nino in effect. Look like Bailey Turner on a second wave. She opened up with a 4.33, so decent start for the HB local.
And Kaipo, we talked a little bit about the Huntington Beach surf community. We should definitely bring up Courtney Conlog.
Yes.
And the effect that she's had here in this city, being a role model to people like Bailey who are looking up at her, and the way she approached it. I always remember she loved it when it would get 6 to 8 foot, because that's when she really was shining.
Hook off the top there for red, India Robinson, former championship tour surfer out of Jan Juk, Australia. Was on tour for 2022 and 2024. Actually won the Challenger Series in 2023 to get back on tour. And India comes from one of my favorite places in the entire world, the beach hotel Jan Juk, called the Juk Pub over there just outside of Torquay. Hi to everyone. Yeah, at the Juk Pub at Jan Juk.
Yeah, I mean, you tap into another hardcore surf community there. India has already had such an interesting and decorated surf career. She finaled in Portugal, I believe, a year or two ago. She has what it takes to get it done on the tour level. With big turns like that, she's used to big, heavy water as well. Like, that area in the world produces some of the most powerful surfers pound for pound. So once she flips the switch, gets that kindling going, I'm sure we're going to see the fire.
Yeah, India also has her own brand, the Queen in Me, which is actually bringing awareness and confidence to young ladies, and so she also does a lot of give backs to India Robinson. So let's see how she goes. 25th in Bolito, so she kind of has to make it happen in the next 4 events.
Yeah, but I really wanted to speak to this with her. That headspace you have to tap into when you're re-qualifying. You've already proved it to yourself. You know you are able to be on tour. You've gotten results. You've finaled before in challenger events. What does it take to then step back, have a tough start, and then essentially restart? Come into the U.S. Open, not bring the baggage of Bolito. Know that it's in front of you. There's not a lot of events. As we looked at that schedule earlier, you really have to maximize in each individual contest. So she'll be able to tap into like her experience, and she's been in the game for a long time, but it will be a challenge.
Yeah. She had a big win on the Challenger Series over there on the Gold Coast at Snapper Rocks, or if you're Australian, you don't have to say the R, Snapper.
Yeah.
Tana.
Yes.
there's
I know, they just kind of let it hang, huh?
They'll need the R, yeah. Tana.
I think in the Challenger Series, when I watch these heats, the thing that I really love is the clashes. Like seeing Bailey Turner go up against a veteran in India and be challenged. We saw Eden Walla getting challenged earlier, and it's a place where you can prove yourself. That's how it's always been looked at within the scope of competitive surfing. It's the proving grounds to see if you have what it takes to make it to the tour, because you really have to earn it off of the tour surfers. So events like the US Open brings everybody together. We know Griffin Colapinto's doing this event. You mentioned earlier Sawyer Lindblad's doing this event. It's like you get that chance as a young competitive surfer to go shoulder to shoulder with them, who essentially are your heroes, and really put it down against them.
Yeah, yeah. You surfed this event both as a QS event, but you've also surfed the juniors here as well, right?
Yes, and that was a big factor for us growing up. It was a local way for the door to open to do this event, and then you were a part of the scene. Doing the juniors was a miniature challenger because the international crew would always enter. Like guys like Felipe Toledo have come away with wins. I had Julian Wilson in my final. Like, it really was a petri dish for the next step to get you on tour.
As we're looking at Isla Hupats, this is our reigning world junior champ. Took that win in Philippines, and she, with that win for a junior world championship, earned her way onto the Challenger Series with great surfing like this. This wave keeps on giving for Isla, so that was a well-surfed wave, and that wave continued to kind of show form all the way up the beach.
It's funny, they juxtapose. The waves have the difference of these big closeout sections out the back with nothing, no opportunity on the inside, versus these little rights that keep going and keep giving you that opportunity to hit it again and again. And so I'm not sure if that's a part of her game plan or she's just picking that up in the lineup, but interesting to note that there are two different styles of waves.
Look at this again, Tanner.
Yeah, she did a great job. She has really nice style, has a really aggressive whip. Her board spray is looking great, which can be a factor in these afternoon heats, creating any sort of frenetic energy in front of the judges to make things look poppy. She's doing a great job. Again, like these turns, it's not the most radical pocket that she has, but she's doing the best that she can with it. So we'll see where that comes in.
Well, judges liked it. 6.5 for Isla. Yanire Gonzalez Exabari, the bass surfer. And things are shaping up out here. You know, these in-betweeners are coming through with some good shape. Less closeouts.
For me, the Basque female surfing is also having a big moment. You look at Nadia Aristabe on tour, and she's certified at the highest level. She's putting it down, and I feel like the younger generation under her have a very similar competitive approach if you're goofy foot. Like Yanire looks very solid on her surfboard, powerful approach. It's clean. You know, it presents very well.
Yanire was actually part of a really interesting semifinal last year over in Brazil, where she met up. She surfed against her sister in that semifinal. It was sister on sister.
This carve right here in the pocket was really well read. This wave, this is the challenge of these lefts where you run into just dead water. And can you make it into that oncoming right section where she could not, but that is the challenge where when you're surfing on the rights, it feels like it's continually coming at you and it's much, much easier to read.
Yeah, so we'll see. A 4.9 checks in for Yanire, keeps her in second place for right now. Bailey Turner's still out in the lead with a 4.33 and a 5-point ride. And let's go down to an interview. We got a two-time champ on the beach with Mitchell Salazar.
That's right, Kaipo, here with the two-time U.S. Open back-to-back, by the way, 09 and 10. One of my biggest idols, a local boy right here, Simpo. Coach, love you long time. Bailey's out there right now. We got the entire support crew. Wyatt, KJ's right here too, your own son.
The posse's here.
What's it like seeing Bailey compete out here on the biggest stage?
I'm just proud of her. I've seen her grow up from really young. She's still only about 17, 18 years of age, so she's learning the ropes. She's qualified for this Challenger Series, and it's not easy, right? She's learning. I think she's making it right now. Had one really big turn, had her first wave. She could have maybe grinded it out, like being early in the heat, but there's a lot of current and chop, and this could be her right here. Can she get around the corner? Oh, we're gonna see a lot of that, right? You gotta have your board speed. Judges have been, you know, from Bolito to here, judges, all the spots on tour, they've been saying they want to see big committed turns. So, and she's really good at that. Yeah. So I like her chances at home, and with this swell coming, like it's anyone's ball game.
I got a big one for you. HP board artists, the whole West Coast board artist community. How much significance, how much do you think it's actually paid into Bailey qualifying for this moment in her life?
I mean, it's been huge for us. I mean, it was you know, Australia set a big example at that, and I feel like even with just HB, our females have really stepped up over the last 5 years. So pretty proud of that. And yeah, I mean, she's a grinder. Her dad and all of her family rips. She charges. So like, the lineage is there for her, and she's learning these, you know, the little subtle things at this level that can make or break you is different than just wanting to rip. There's a lot of strategy and you know, technique in heats, and you know, how to close it out, and that's the hardest part at this level.
Yeah, Coach, thanks for the time. Another big thing, guys, Colby Turner, Bailey's older brother. He just got signed by the Minnesota Twins, by the way, too, out of the University of Michigan. Congratulations to Colby. Yeah. Thanks, Coach. Appreciate your time. Pleasure. Guys.
Surfer, baseball fan, Mitchell Salazar with the two-time champ there. I love Brett Simpson and his look with the Eagle shirt and the camouflage hat and the beard. He's got like a Duck Dynasty vibe right now.
Okay, but he delivered so much insight right there. To give a little bit of a backstory on Brett Simpson within the greater Huntington Beach surf culture, he would have been a little younger than both Ryan and Timmy Turner. He would have come up just under those guys, and Timmy Reyes and Brendan Tipton, and there was a Micah Byrne. The list went on, and there was Brett, who pushed the level again for the next generation, and now it's Kanoa Igarashi. It's these guys that are like cutting edge. So it's interesting to see him coming full circle and helping Bailey. What he did say about her being able to compete here a lot, I feel like all the kids in Southern California have that pleasure because we did the NSSAs, you do the WSAs, you're here. So this venue, it's really an on-ramp to take your junior surfing competitive knowledge and apply it at the higher level. And that, I think, is a big advantage for California surfers, because you think about how few challengers there are on a year schedule, and to have one of those in your backyard, you actually could catapult yourself into a conversation that might be a bigger belt size than you actually have.
Yeah, and another thing for the local surf community over here, this wave's just ultra consistent when you look at Southern California. So it's a place where you can get a lot of surfing done.
Totally, and that's why there's so many great surfers from here, and guys who have competed and made the tour in front of you, men and women. I actually qualified the same year that Brett qualified, and we did the tour together, and throughout that year, so I'd say Gabe Kling, myself, Nate Yeomans, Patrick, my brother, and Brett, we were all working with Ian Kanga Carnes. And we were tapping into his insight on the WQS level, and he was the one that opened up the mind to say, his thing was, when you sit on your board, that's the off button in the heat. You should always be paddling to wherever you need to go throughout the lineup. And it was the first time I'd ever approached a competitive strategy. And Brett was right there. It was really great to travel with him because he, like you said, he's a sports fan. So he gets super into the competitive scene. And you can see, I mean, he's so decorated. His career's been so long and he's still in the scene. So it's so valid.
I think Brett's dad was a professional football player, right?
He was.
Yeah, so highly athletic, coming from that family. And then, you know, when you talk about Ian Carnes, his partner, Peter Townend in the Bronze Aussies, we're celebrating PT, and we're celebrating 50 years of championship tour surfing. PT winning that first world title back in 1976.
I mean, it's so crazy. When you get to work with icons like those guys, like literal bronzed Aussies, they've done so much for the broader sport of surfing. And to be able to tap in for that 1 year with him, and just, he's got Aussie bite. He's got that spirit where he would get in your face and be like, well, how bad do you want it? And that was the first time I felt that friction of competing at that higher level. And when you're a kid, you kind of need to be snapped up because it is so competitive at this level with surfing exactly like this.
Solid for Yanire, not able to finish off that one. I love that first snap. He's currently in third. Needs a 3.68 to move into the top two and in advancing position. So we'll be waiting for the scores to check in for the Basque surfer. And Isla got a ride as well.
So in the break, Isla gets this ride, and this is going to be her second score of the heat. A quick turn, but that actually gets her above and into the second spot. So she's staying in motion with the heat. But this wave right here had a lot of potential. That turn is a whip. It is so beautiful. And she did all the hard work, Kaipo, but riding out of it looked like she got anticipated too much getting over the front foot.
Yeah, so that lack of finish is going to hurt her score a little bit. Bailey again looking for some open water, not finding it there. But crowd loves it. Crowd backing her up. Let's see what Bailey needs to improve upon a 4.33.
I'm also really curious where India is at. She has priority in this heat. She really needs to get things started. She has a 3.27. She needs a 5.3, but it feels like the other surfers are continually riding, keeping their rhythm. And I don't know, it's so hard here in Huntington. I feel like it's the better strategy because you never truly know what's going to open up to allow you those one big turns where Bailey, great starting maneuver, looks like she's on a promising ride and has to kick out.
Yeah, right straight to the lip there, and then decides not to finish this off.
It's true. That's a good point. Could that have been a mistake? You know, probably for her, she's looking like she has two similar scores, and she now knows she needs to up into two major maneuvers on the wave.
Well, she did improve upon her score line. 4.57 checks in, so she dishes that 4.33, so she did get the job done. And in the lead, Isla with that 2-point ride, able to maintain second place. Gonzalez Echavarri needing a 3.68 to get to that top two, and a patient India Robinson needs a 5.31, sitting out there with priority. So India, just a mid-range score, but I would say when it comes to competition, she's the veteran of this crew.
Yeah. Kaipo, let's spend a minute and just lock in on equipment here. I think India rides on Pizels.
Yes.
Oh, that is a phenomenal backside turn. But as you see the boards that are being chosen in Huntington Beach at large, what's your takeaway? What do you feel like the athletes really need and what's working best out here?
Well, typically at Huntington Beach, I would think you're going to go for something a little bit lower rocker so you can glide through some of the flat spots. This year, with how much swell we're getting, I think you can ride more rocker. You can ride more of a standard shortboard, not necessarily like your HB groveler. And that's going to come, Tanner, as this swell shows its face, it's going to become more and more into play. I wouldn't be surprised if paddling becomes a factor with this sweep, that we see people actually stepping up on boards.
I mean, even too, like, this is fairly mild for the conditions that Huntington can give you. If it has a giant south swell and it has a lot of tooth on it, has that crosswind coming across it, you will be challenged.
Yeah.
You will definitely be looking at a step up potentially.
Yeah, it's going to be showing who's the strong paddlers as we look at this anticipated swell, and it being south and also a hurricane swell mixing in too, right? So you're going to get a lot of sweep.
It's funny for me when I look at my board selection and when there is waves, it's so tricky because the way you surf these lefts with so much more extension, the water moving with you, it's a running pocket versus on the right. You need all the pivot you can get.
So you're on Hayden Shapes, right?
Yes.
You're riding Hayden Shapes. Are you hopping on the dark noise bandwagon?
100% I'm hopping on the dark noise. It could not be the more perfect board for out here. As a round pin, it has just a real subtle double concave underneath you. So you'll be able to harness the speed and utilize all that curve in the tail block to get you vertical when you need to. It's a sick board.
I think Hayden's sales in that model's tripled since that stab in the dark with Ethan Ewing.
And rightfully so. Like that.
Everyone's on those things.
Incredible under Ethan's feet.
Here we go. We were waiting for India Robinson. Loads up. Big off the top there. Hangs up a little too long and crashes down. Goes incomplete. So waited all that time and goes incomplete. And you can see her drifting into the pier now.
Kaipo, that's such a tricky section to work with, and I feel like the only real recipe is to meet power with power. You have to engage it with full speed, aiming to get out in front of it.
You know what? That is another quote, because you reference Kanga. Well, let's go talk through this replay first.
Yeah. So here, there's not many options on the table. It's a very sucked out section, and when you're in the lip with that and you're coming down with all that energy, it's exactly where you do not want to be. What you'd really like to do is hit it and kind of pop off the lip so you can meet it before all the energy reaches the back of your board. So India didn't really have much opportunity to ride out of that, and that probably is how she approached it. But, altogether, that's a very, very tricky section.
You talk about Ian Carnes, and I was on the NSSA national team, and Ian was one of the coaches, right? And there's things that coaches say to you that still to this day resonate, and you said it too, is that Ian would say in a dumpy conditions, in a powerful wave, you have to match the power of the wave. So if it's a powerful wave, you have to have power in your surfing. In the reverse, if it's a crumbly wave or a soft wave, you have to have the soft touch in your surfing.
Yes.
And kind of the tap dance through it. And so Ian would always say you got to meet the power with power. So if it's a big, gnarly closeout, you got to come at that full speed if you want to complete it.
Full speed. You kind of have to run through it.
Yeah.
And it's funny because we talked about it earlier. Some of these rights prove both of those strategies. Your first turn, you have to run through it. You have to hit it with everything you have and drive through that turn. And then you have to hit the brakes. You have to kind of downshift the gearbox, because that last section is like a light foamy one. And what you're normally wanting to do is press with all your speed and power through it, and that's when you blow out the back. You have to be really gentle and ginger on that last turn. And I honestly believe Brett Simpson is one of the best guys to do it, because he's able to have that wrap, that arc in the front, and then he'll pop his fins out on that little foam ball, and that's why he has won 2 times out here. But I think all the HB surfers are able to read it very well.
Yeah, and you talked about equipment too. Brett Simpson on Tim Stamps boards. Bailey Turner also riding those Stamps shapes.
Yes.
So that's a local shaper, local surfer out in the lead right now.
Yeah, and the Stamps look really good. Courtney Conlog was on those when she was on tour. He knows exactly what he's doing and what it takes to feel really confident.
You know, when you paddle out in conditions like this, the last thing you truly want to be thinking about is your surfboard. There's everything else is going on. You've got a current. You're surfing towards the pier. It's pretty big and lumpy. So when you hit the section, you really just want to believe that the board is the right board. And it's cool. Tim Stamps has kind of done all that work for you.
Yeah, and his boards look, just the foil on his boards look incredible, you know, and Brett makes him look good. Bailey looking money right now, too. Out in the lead, second priority, just under 2 minutes to go. And you know what we're not seeing this year so far, and I don't need to see it, the Huntington hop. We're not going to see anyone hopping this year.
In truth, I do not think we will see the Huntington hop. I think it's going to be too big. I think it's going to be monstrous.
Here we go. India. Nice carve there for the Australian. What you need, 5.31 to take the heat.
Honestly, crafty decision. She's right on the pier pylon. She's not going to get the chance to surf the left. What she does do is shows a variety. 2 different looking turns on that right, a smaller wave, but allows herself that potential to get a 4 or a 5, and then she will be able to strike as this heat's really getting close to the end. This, in my opinion, won't be enough to get over the top to get into the advancing position, but she did the work, stayed on the board, so now she can really, hopefully, get another chance.
And Isla's going to make it really hard on India, I think, with that last ride. I think that shuts the door. She's going to get rid of that too easy.
Well, and as well, Bailey has stayed on top of this heat from the very beginning, coming out strong, looking right at home. It's been really cool to see how this heat has played out.
Yeah. Well, we're about 25 seconds away from the hometown team taking a W in the opening round. Bailey Turner looking good at the moment. 20 seconds remaining, waiting for judges' score. There is a chance with better than a 3-point ride, Isla taking over that lead position, but it doesn't matter. Top 2 advance into the next round.
And how good does that feel to be coming out of the junior ranks, young, and you're coming up against veterans, and the Echeverry sisters are so well known and so competitively savvy, and to be able to get a heat win over both of them, that's so fun. That's what it's about. That's what the U.S. Open brings to us.
Well, there you go. Rhett Simpson knowing that the job's done. Still waiting for score for Isla. It could change the actual overall message, but we can tell you that Bailey and Isla both moving into the second round for the women. We got more action on the way. When we come back, it's going to be Amuro Suzuki, Ariana Ochoa, Danielle Rosas, and Jessie Van Nieker. Next heat on the way after this. Oh, check this out. The Lexus LX Surf. It's a beach mobile. Comfortable. Accessorized. Roof racks, sliding drawers in the back, bringing quality, style, and functionality to the beach with the Lexus Surf LX. What a smooth ride that is. Thank you, Lexus. We're here at the Lexus U.S. Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, Kaipura, along with Tanner Gudauskas. And we have a new heat in the water. Amuro Suzuki, Ariana Ochoa, Daniela Rosas, and Jessie Van Niekerk, South Africa, Peru, the Basque Country, and Japan, all in this heat. And we're going to start here with Jessie.
What really is so fun, Kaipo, is it's the pairings. They're all so good. There's narratives within each and every heat as they play out, and this heat is no different. You know, Daniela coming from Peru, backed by such an intense surf community there. She's on the stage, ready to put it down. Amuro ripping. We know she has what it takes to get it done. Every single one of these girls is the tip of the spear for their surf community, and they come to prove it at the U.S. Open. It's year in and year out, these beginning rounds are what set the course for a lot of these surfers to have great results in this event. And so that's why it's always fun to watch these opening rounds.
Yeah. Amuro Suzuki, 25 years old. She's a bronze medalist in the 2020 Olympics over there in Tokyo. She had a brief stint of the championship tour as a injury replacement wildcard back in 2021. She'd love to get a full-time job on that tour via the Challenger Series here. She's also our 2019 World Junior Champ.
The World Junior Champ, it is the proof, right? You win that and you know you are the cutting edge for your age demographic, and then you go into the bigger pool of the Challenger Series. But competitively, it's such a badge that you wear and you keep.
Yeah. And, you know, these days, you win the World Junior Championships, you are automatically qualified for the Challenger Series. So that's another thing that comes with that world title as well. Ariana Ochoa is out there as well. Ariana in the blue jersey, and she's coming off of a pretty good run. Starts off the year strong in the Challenger Series, made the semifinals over in Bolito.
That's what I was going to say, because we talk a lot about how quick these two events are back-to-back essentially, and creating that heat. Frenetic energy in the beginning of the part of the year can pay such dividends as you go later into the year.
On the paddle here she is. Speaking of Ariana, projecting down the line, has to ease through a cutback as the left hits some deep water there next to the pier, gets through this flat section, redirects, keeping the board alive, looking for a little bit more open face, and that one just fades into that deep pocket that's near the pilings.
Kaipo, we get to call all these waves, and really I find it sometimes you have to recenter on the strategy that these surfers bring into each individual heat. And for me, I always thought you have to simplify. We heard in the post-heat interview earlier, everything is about simplification. Make a big maneuver out the back, just like that. You don't have to overcook things too hard, because at most you can only get 2 major maneuvers out the back, and your third one will potentially be on the inside. But you know, there's still a lot of opportunities. We watch these waves come through in the replay. That's textbook what you're aiming to do. And it's a really great way to start the heat for Jessie.
Yeah, Jessie opening up with a 5-point ride, and this right here on the replay, this is a 2.33 for Ariana.
So this right here might not be a set wave. And when you're riding waves of that caliber, then you're looking for the connection point. How will it grow into the inside, which she didn't really get either. She didn't get the major maneuver out the back, and it petered out by the time it reached the inside. So,
oh man, look at this thing, and use of priority towards Amuro Suzuki. She was on her way right there. I thought that was a great use of priority there, but unfortunately goes incomplete.
Priority is so interesting because, just like you said, it can be an offensive maneuver or a defensive maneuver, and that obviously is both. If she was able to come off the bottom a little cleaner or earlier, she would have been right into the lip on a major section.
Yeah, here's what happened with a broader lens.
Yeah, so she's watching white come down the line, and she says, okay, I know there's scoring potential on this wave. I want it, which she takes off. So, you know, we've already seen it go to interference today. And Kaipo, like you said, there's always something in chaos in the water a little bit.
Yeah, it's just peaks here, and it's what happens. So Amuro Suzuki, a little bit of defense, didn't really get anything on the offensive side, just checking in with a fractional score of a 0.93. 23 minutes and 35 seconds happening, and we take a look at Daniela Rosas, the Peruvian. Snaps on that oncoming section, puts it all together there. Sticking with this wave, looking for a little reform on the inside. Daniela weaves down the line, and Rosas finds the finish. Right behind her, Amuro. Suzuki with a big snap of her own and unable again to ride out of that.
That's great. It's really good to see both of them pushing it. Daniela's going to get a really nice score there, and she had a really good read. That second turn was electric. This right by the pier bowl is producing a lot of the scoring potential in this heat. So maybe it's starting to consolidate. You know, maybe the tide's drawing it a little bit closer to the pier, and that's kind of what we're seeing.
And Ochoa also gets in the mix there with a couple of taps on the backhand. So we're waiting for scores for Daniela, Ariane, and just this is going to be a small score for Amuro. Take a look at what happened in that sequence of waves surfed. A lot for the judges to digest. We'll digest these replays.
Yeah, Kaipo, there's a lot to unpack, but this to me is the premier wave. We see a nice opening wave, and she draws the bottom turn and executes perfectly. From a choreography standpoint, that's well played. She has her 2 major maneuvers out the back, and now she looks to get inside and finish strong, which she does. There isn't too much pop in that last turn, but it's cleanly executed. And Amuro, if she had pulled this, would have been on her way to another great score, but now she has to go back to the drawing board. But again, like we said, it's a flurry that happened. There was 3 waves ridden in the same spot. So if you're Jessie, who didn't actually ride one of those, you feel a little left out of the exchange. And sometimes the narrative of the heat can shift in moments like that, where 3 waves are ridden, one of the score pops, it changes the dynamic. But so we'll see how everything plays out.
Yeah, well, things going in the way of Daniela Rosa with a 6-point ride. Also went on her way in the last heat, our world junior champ, Isla, onto the second round. Let's hear from her. She's with AJ.
World Junior Champ, but first time that you've made it to the mainland U.S. Have surfed in Hawaii before, but what do you think of Huntington? How did you get comfortable here to win this first round?
Yeah, I mean, first time in Huntington, and I'm really loving it at the moment. I'm staying with the Gerlach family, and they've helped me get familiar with the wave and the surroundings and everything, and yeah, it's a sick little surf town.
Well, and it's something that you've really been able to lock into, having practiced all week long. How did you talk to yourself through that heat to make sure you stayed locked in enough to get the final score?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, I was watching the conditions a bunch before I paddled out, and it's so shifty out there, like on and off sets, rippy and stuff. And so I just waited for my first wave that like allowed me to do a few turns, and then it was a bit of a nerve-wracking finish. Like, the girls only needed such small scores, but I just kind of had to sit on Janir, and then yeah, I mean, that wave at the very end came, and I just did what I needed to do. But I'm not quite sure what India got, but I know she only needed a small score, so I was like, oh, I might need a score here as well. So yeah, it was a bit nerve-wracking.
Nerve-wracking, but you executed it well. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you.
Nice. Well, there you go. Well done. First showing at Huntington and successful. Did she say she was staying with the girl?
She did. She mentioned that. And being able to tap into Brad Gerlach's mindset, not just for the competitive strategy, but for technique. I mean, that's what he's really well known for.
Doing some wave key.
Yes.
The inventor of wave key, Brad Gerlach, former runner-up for a world title, and just another guy who spent some time growing up here in Huntington Beach as well before he moved down south into Leucadia. Great technique always, yeah, with Brad. Gosh, he came from just such a fiery era of pro surfing. That era, that Gerlach era,
yeah.
We had some characters on tour back then.
Yeah, and you put them in a venue like the U.S. Open where all eyes are on them.
Yeah.
Growing up, that's before my time,
Yeah.
but that would be like, that's what's baked into the lure of this kind of an event.
Sure.
Seeing those guys put down, you mentioned the Shane Besh and Kelly Slater fireworks that happened here. Like, this event has always had really interesting and radical moments for competitive surfing.
Yeah. Here we go. This looks like this is the 6-point ride for Daniela.
Great turn right there. A lot of expression in the lip and pushing through the whitewater, which is really hard to do to get that much spray. It just helps the judges see the intention in the turn. And again, she does. So Daniela, I know she is on the Peruvian team. She's able to tap into some of the greats. People like Miguel Tudelo, Alonso Correa, Lucas Messinas. Like, these guys have competed for so long, and they're able to give that insight. So she has the toolbox.
Yeah. And she probably, has a lot of, Daniela up and running again, a lot of inspiration from a former world champ, Sofia Milanovic. Wow. And a former champ out here. I think Milanovic won in 2006.
Wow, yes,
Peru.
that's so correct.
Yeah.
In kind of a similar approach. Sophia was so good.
Yeah, yeah.
I actually feel like I remember watching her that event. The same sort of execution on these rights in the Pier Bowl. I feel like globally now, we talked a little bit about it, like the communities that surround these surfers, they insulate them and create that support net for them. Sophia would have been trailblazing at that moment in time. And so now she's able to give that insight to the next generation, and it just expedites all the learning curves and all of the mistakes that you come across on these series, the Challenger Tour, the World Tour, even your domestic tour. So it just helps them deal with that kind of adversity.
Yeah, that's going to be a solid score for the Peruvian, too. So we're still waiting for it to check in. She's running back up the beach because of the drift, and she's going to hear from our beachside announcers that she got a 4-point ride on that last wave. And we're looking here at Amuro trying to get into some type of rhythm here, and still not, just a little bit off pace once again.
Hey, you wonder what's the better play? Is it to ride yourself into rhythm, stay in as much motion as you can? It looks like the current has subsided a little bit with the tide coming in. It allows you to just have more opportunity to surf waves and not be punished in the paddling. Or do you wait? Do you get priority? And I feel like looking back, I would always assess, hey, there's this one spot in the lineup where I feel like the best waves are coming in, whether it's the right at the Pier Bowl, and when you get priority, you go towards it. So Amuro almost looks like she's staying on the board and trying to get that first wave under her belt to get that score of substance so that she can build with. But again, it's ultra frustrating when you're trying to do that and you're coming off and you're falling, because it feels like you're taking steps backwards.
Yeah, it's you don't want that to get in between your ears, right? You got to just, and it looks like she's going to keep surfing through it. Here we go, Suzuki looking at this one again, going left once again. Let's see what she can put together now. Japanese surfer looks down the line and that wave just fizzles out. So to your point, Tanner, she's going to have to really search the lineup and not, she's not going to have the luxury of going over to probably the wave that most of the surfers want to surf is more on the Pier Bowl rights. She's just going to have to play in other sections of the beach. Let's take a look at where she's at.
And the tough thing, I liked how you said it's all in between your ears, because the self-talk of a competitive surfer is so important. You're either surfing the strategy that you've laid out for yourself, or you're going against it. And when you go against it, you really have to find a flexibility of knowing you're outside of the lines that you want to draw and hoping that it comes towards you in a positive way.
And being able to pivot, right? Like you can't, it feels like you can't go out there with one specific game plan. You have to adapt to the conditions and adapt to all of this is changing in front of us through the tide, through this increasing swell, the period's growing, everything's changing. Heat by heat. Amuro needs to put this one down to gain some confidence, and she does, so that might be a little turning in the heat for Amuro Suzuki.
See, I like that strategy because she didn't even waste time thinking or wondering what's going to happen on the inside. She immediately got off her board. Got one good turn out the back, so that has the potential to be her best score of this heat, and then she'll instantly build on it. She'll go right back outside, feel the rhythm, and keep putting it down.
Feeling the rhythm of the Pacific. Take a look at this one more time, Tanner.
Yeah, it's a great turn. She comes off the bottom, kind of hangs it in the lip. I think she's adjusting a little bit. You could sense a little bit of safety in the back end of that turn, which is valid. She's fallen off her surfboard a couple different times in some positions that would have gotten her a score of substance. So a good read. And I feel like it does her a solid later in the heat.
Yeah, just something to lock it down and gain some momentum. Still waiting for the number at the 14-minute mark. For Amuro Suzuki, a mid-range score will get her into the top two. A 4.48 will get her into second place in advancing position. As we pull back and look at a beautiful afternoon here at Huntington Beach, and the festivities are just beginning here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. We have a full week of surf action right in front of us, and a rail catch, unfortunately, there for Ariane Ochoa. So that will be not factor in her top two waves. 4.4 does check in for Amuro, Tanner, so a little bit of a turn for the Japanese surfer, now just needing a 2.31 to move into the top two.
Yeah, and I like that. I think that is well played on her part. It's a consistent score, 4.4. She could keep it in the end of her heat. Daniela is utilizing a 6 and a 4. So she's well in the game to take the lead if she gets a really good set wave, get some great maneuvers out the back. But this is the surfer here, Ariana, who's coming off a Bolito third. So she's really red hot.
Yeah. Oh. And Tanner, this
Yes.
wave just keeps on giving right there. So that is going to be a situation change in my book. She should go into the top 2 after that.
And no matter what happens, she's come away with a really good wave. For her, I feel like she's kind of been a little bit out of rhythm this entire heat. So I feel like as we go into the back part, as the time's counting down, the girls are starting to really come to life.
And a little exchange there between, it looks like Amaro went down and Jesse caught the left, but not a lot of scoring opportunity for either of the surfers. So waiting for the important score for Ariane Ochoa.
Kaipo, question for you.
Sure.
You're Daniela Rosas.
Yes.
Are you starting to think a little bit more defensively?
I think Daniela, what she needs to do holding priority is not make a priority error. And a priority error would be taking off on any wave and not scoring better than a 4. Next time she's on her feet, she has to improve upon that 4 holding priority. To go on anything less than that is not going to work in your favor at this point, because the other surfers have plenty of time with 12 minutes.
Yeah, that's actually a really good call. And just analyzing where you want to be in the lineup to ride that specific wave and just sit there.
Yeah, and the lineup is yours with first priority, right? So just take a look at some of the replays. Here's Ariane.
Oh, Kaipo, these takeoffs, you can just feel the current in the wave. So she did a really great job. This is a wave that grew with intensity all the way to the beach. Out the back, she's not necessarily getting the most vertical turns. It's these last 2 that start to light up for her. And that's where sometimes you can create that crescendo energy in front of all the people on the beach. Obviously, it's the afternoon heat. There's not as many people down here, but on finals day, that comes into play. And that's a great first turn. Reads it really well on the second turn, gets out of there before the convergence section comes across her.
So we just saw the end part of that ride for Jessie, but she got 2 quality turns in there. So let's see where it comes through. It comes in at a 6.67 for Jessie Van Niekerk and a 4.13 for Ariana Ochoa. Still has got some work to do. There's our standings right there as we're at our 11-minute mark here. We're going to come back with the conclusion of the last heat of the day. Stick around through these messages. We'll be back with more action right now. Jessie's out in front. That's right, we're back at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. It is a wonderful afternoon, Southside Huntington Beach, and Kaipo Guerrero along with Tanner Gudauskas talking you through heat number 8 of the opening round, the round of 48 for the women. Right now we have the South African Jessie Van Niekerk out in the lead and the Peruvian Daniela Rosas in second and advancing position. Just 8 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock, but a lot can change. We've seen heats flipped at the last minute throughout the entire day, Tanner.
Well, even that last heat in the post-heat interview talking about a little bit of a flurry. Things can flip so quickly when you're dealing with conditions like we have where one set dictates 7s, 8s, 9s. If big maneuvers start going down, it doesn't really matter when they go down in the heat, scores will come through. And that's what makes these heats so exciting. I always feel like in the afternoon it has a little bit of that extra spice to it as well.
And the afternoon's not over. This is the last heat of the day, but we got much more in store for you. You want to stick around after this heat where we'll have the 8:05 post-show, wrapping up all of today's happenings, opening day for our Challenger Series, as well as we crown both men's and women's longboard champs here at Huntington Beach today. So stick around for happy hour with 8:05 right after this. We got 7:30 on the clock here, and unusual to have this lull. I feel like this is the first lull that we've kind of seen all day, Tan.
I know. You know what's crazy? I was just thinking about it. If you're in the lower part of the draw right here, you really have to stay focused that this heat is the gateway to an incredible result, which ultimately could become your tour run.
Right.
You know, it's the end of the day at the US Open, it's early in the draw, and you're just out there just wishing you could get some opportunity, but that's when it matters the most. You need to pay attention in these kinds of heats, because then maybe the draw happens where it's in the middle part of the day, it's super crowded, you really want to be out there.
Yeah.
But here, sometimes you're doing it for yourself in a different reason. It feels very personal.
And it's really tricky because you got to bring out your best after a long day here. You know, a lot of times the surfers will exit the site area, but then you got to come back enough and kind of do the reconnaissance to see what's going on. And like you said, Tanner, every heat counts and every win is important.
Yeah.
And so you just, no matter what the conditions are, you got to bring your A game.
I lightly mentioned it in the heat before with Isla, her spray on her surfboard. And sometimes, so you're dealing with humans. We've all been watching the surf contest all day. How do you create that zest and impact when it's late in the day? Everybody's been paying attention for so long, and sometimes things like sprays or just big dynamic maneuvers can get people back out of their seats and make them pay attention.
Yeah, and as we watch here, Amuro Suzuki having to fight to hang on there. Quick with her feet for 2 taps off the top on the backhand. Amuro, 5.61, takes her into the top 2. Things can change just like that.
It's pass-fail, though, right there. And Daniela, utilizing priority, really tricky read. Did really great on that second turn.
I love it that Daniela, you know, does not want the heat to get away from her. Amuro had surfed a great wave, but Daniela answered right back.
That's actually so true.
It's so true, right?
You keep the narrative, you keep people talking about you, what you're doing in the heat. If you have the lead and you sit, sometimes the longer you sit, it's the worse it is. And people start to creep up, they get a low score, and then all of a sudden they only need a little bit, and then they get over the top of you.
Nice foam climb off the top there. And just another wave that goes a little bit incomplete for the finish of Ariana Ochoa. All right, hey, let's check in with Mitchell Salazar. Mitch, what do you got?
Hey, Kaipo, guess what? It's been an action-packed day, day number 4 right here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, and guess what? We're going to recap it all on the 8:05 post show. Just after this heat, we crowned our 2 longboard champions. Avalon Gall went back-to-back. We had a local wildcard winner with Tommy Coleman, and a full round, the round of 48, the first Challenger Series event here in North America of the year. And guess what? It's on the 8:05 post show right after this heat. Guys, let's have a cold one after work.
All right, yeah, thanks, Mitch. Grab one, and yeah, 8:05 post show. Chris Cote, Tana Gudauskas, Rosie Hodge will be talking you through all of the action. Just another action-packed day at Huntington Beach, Surf City. And cold 8:05s. What a combination.
I think, Kaipo, I'm looking forward to the post show. I remember doing this event growing up and always just coming up and watching it. And the clashing of the longboard and the women and the men and the juniors all in one event, I always felt like created a festival energy. Super cool. That longboarding finals today were on fire, and I can't wait to break that down over a cold 8:05.
Yeah, and there's been just such iconic moments, you know, here. Speaking of longboarding, there was a year where Dave Parmenter took out a longboard up against Richard Dog Marsh as kind of almost like a protest and like a throwback obviously Dogmarsh won the heat, but like it was a classic Parmenter where he made a statement and he rode a longboard out here and he rode it in classic longboard style. Didn't get the score.
Again, like you're
but
talking
made
about
a statement.
that generation of competitive surfers.
Yeah.
Speaking of Gurr,
Yeah.
Dog, Parmenter.
Yeah.
Those guys are characters. They're woven into the fabric of surf at large.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, that heat, I know of that heat. That is definitely.
It was one for the history books. I mean, we gotta think about old performances out here with guys like Mark Occhilupo and Tom Curran, who were like demigods of surfing at the time, where we had huge crowds and everybody wanted to look at that new generation at the time.
Well, I have, as we see, we're on a very frothy right-hander. I remember for the first time ever seeing Adriana D'Souza surf in the junior event here. I saw Masatoshi Ono and his twin brother Norimasa surf for the first time in the junior event here. This event brings the international crew to the California surf community. And dude, it's crazy. Like that stuff affects you as a Grom. You get so fired up. It makes such an impact. So it's great that the legacy is still running strong.
Yeah, it sure is. It is a historic event. This is a 5.17 for Amuro Suzuki. Does not get her into the top two, so she's still chasing a score after this wave came through. Our heat leader, Daniela Rosa, on this replay, Tanner.
Really great, tidy first turn and a technical second turn. That is the section we've been talking about all day. It's your timing is the most important thing on that, because you go too early, you don't get the energy to get out of it. You go too late, you're dealing with the entire section on your shoulder.
And the split peak on the wide lens here. And you can see Ariana getting a nice wave as well. That was a 6.33 for Ochoa right here.
Kaipo, you said it. It could all flip around in just a minute's notice. And as we're watching a total flurry in the back part of this heat, everybody getting some potential to put another score on the board.
Yeah.
It's an exciting way to end it.
It sure is. Down to a minute 20 seconds. Daniela Rosas with that backhand performance did improve. 6.27. Add that to her 6. She's in a strong lead right now. And here comes a big slash off the top for Jessie Van Neerkerk. Can barely see the green jersey in this glare, just double checking through. Neerkerk wants to improve upon a 5-point ride, which he currently has in her score line. The South African looking to stay out in front in the top two to advance into the next round.
Wow, I'm sure she's feeling the heat of just hearing the announcer calling all the waves around her. She wants to stay in the game. She needs to better a 5. That was a really nice turn. However, only one turn available.
Yeah, and there you can see the two surfers paddling in the rip that's been going through the lineup this entire afternoon, down to just 25 seconds. Waiting for a score for Jessie and see if she improves upon her situation. She's currently in a stronghold in second place, and with no other waves being ridden, she might not even need another score. Still waiting for score. Down to 5 seconds, but it is a foregone conclusion. It will be Daniela Rosa and Jessie Van Neerkerk moving on into the next round. Waiting for that score to come in for the South African to make it official. And here's your results. Rosas, Van Neerkerk on to round 2, and we are on to much more happening here. 8:05 post-show coming up after these messages. Stick around to get all of today's action wrapped up. Chris Cote will talk you through there with Tanner Gudauskas and Rosie Hodge. We'll be back with the 8:05 post-show right after this.
Surf fans, let's party. It's the 8:05 post show, part of the Lexus US Open of Surfing, and this is going to be a fun one. Look at Jesse Van Nyker coming in, last heat of the day. The squad is hyped. What a way to wrap it all up. Day one of the Challenger Series, of course, finals day for the World Longboard Tour. I feel like we just packed about 6 days into the span of one. Chris Cote, Rosie Hodge, Tanner Gudauskas. It all started at dawn this morning here in Huntington Beach. The waves were pumping all day long. We crowned champions. We saw our first look at the Challenger Series. Rosie, you've been with me all day long since the jump. What a way to kick it all off of the Challengers and wrap it all up for the longboard event.
Yeah, we crammed a lot into today, and I just feel like all the results, everything that's happened. I mean, we crowned champions on the longboard side, so that was really awesome. But to see the Women Challenger Series, it was tricky out there, Tanner, and a lot of the women rose to the occasion.
Way it's an ending of a great event, and then in the other it's the beginning. And so for me, I missed the morning, came in the afternoon, so I saw all the celebration of the finals and then got straight into challenger mode, and such a fun day.
Well, bro got to sleep in, but came correct when the Challenger Series started. And, you know, this day really, it showed us so many faces of Huntington Beach, right? It was a little bit of, you know, morning sickness, and then it got sheet glass. There was huge sets rolling through, some closeouts. But I feel like the overwhelming feeling of the day was pumping surf, plenty of waves to go around. And, of course, all the surfers rose to the occasion. Starting with the longboarders, we saw broken boards. We saw some serious bravery shooting a 9-foot board up into a 6-foot wave and trying to land a floater. I mean, we saw that happen a couple times. It was radical.
It was insane, and I just think the fairy tale ending for our winners today, Avalon Gold going back-to-back, and then watching, you know, on the men's side, a local wild card go all the way to win is just so insane. The prestige of this event is just, you know, that's going to be a story that we talk about from years to come.
For sure, and it did set the tone, you know, with all this energy from Hurricane Genevieve. Surfline said it was going to be pumping all day long, and it came through and some, and guess what? It's just going to get bigger from here on out. Before we get to all the details and all the good stuff, let's go down to the glass, the last winner of the last heat of the day, standing by now with AJ.
And understandably so, all smiles over here, Jesse. What a way to start your campaign here at the 2026 U.S. Open. You locked in one of the highest scores of the day, and then you turned the heat in the final seconds. Talk me through it.
I'm so stoked, yes. Lots of smiles. Everyone was down here and like everyone showed up, and I just was so surprised when I saw my friends. So super special heat. Thank you to everyone. Everyone that comes to the US Open is just so like warm and fun. So I'm so stoked to make a heat here and hopefully just keep going through.
Well, tell me about just the journey that it has been for you in the last few years to make the heat here, what it does for your confidence.
It's really great. I'm just super grateful to God because it has been, I'm 4th year on the Challengers and it's been slow results, slow heat. So I'm just really, really excited. I'm grateful for everyone who's helped me just keep pushing my surfing and help me develop. I just want to do really good surfing, so to be able to kind of like combine it with heats and strategy, like there's so much involved, so I'm really grateful to God to just put it together. Grateful to my parents, hi to them at home. I love you guys, I wish you were here, but yeah, I'm gonna have a great week here.
Cannot wait, off to a great start, congratulations.
Thanks so much, AJ.
Thanks, team. Congrats, Jesse. That's the kind of energy that we have come to expect from Challenger Series surfers, and that vibrancy, that stoke. I mean, that is the peak of it right there. Unfortunately, when we started the Challenger Series, we've already cut nearly half the field of that first round. So it is a bittersweet opening, but at the same time, lots of joy to be found. And speaking of joy, we made some history today. Let's start it off with Avalon Gall. Back-to-back victories at the U.S. Open of Surfing. That is a rare feat, only accomplished by very few surfers.
Oh, it's just so amazing to watch this woman just go from strength to strength on the women's longboarding tour. Just to think she had to make it through. As you see, Kev Scavani there, her boyfriend, just cheering her up the beach. But It was amazing.
Tanner, I know you can appreciate beautiful style. What do you think of this kid, Tommy Coleman?
Tommy Coleman rips on all crafts, actually, but this self-shaped longboard, he's a crowd favorite. He's a killer kid. It's so great to come in as a wild card and take a win. Like, that's an incredible story.
And that's a short break tackle that you actually appreciate. If a stranger does that to you, call the cops. If it's your buddy, you've just done something radical. Congratulations to our 2 longboard champions here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Let's take a look at our men's longboard tour rankings. You might be wondering, well, where's Tommy's name? Guess what? He made history himself by coming a wild card all the way through, getting the victory. So that means Declan Whiten's on top, JVW, Jack Van Wagner, second. You got Jean-Marie Abueza in third. Chase leader 4, Taka 5th, on down the line. So you got a lot of representation from all over the world there on the men's side of the bracket. We flip things over to the women. Avalon Gall in that top spot. And give it up, Hiroka Yoshikawa quietly ripping all the way through, all the way to second place in the world.
Yeah, she was amazing to watch. I mean, from that moment that she beat Chloe Kilmon in the quarterfinals yesterday, she was unstoppable. She went from strength to strength. So to all of the women, it was an amazing run.
Yeah, and these aren't necessarily waves that you would think, oh, wow, perfect longboard waves. It was pumping out there.
No, yeah, I was just thinking that, actually, how challenging that would be with that extra length of board, but everybody handles it with such grace. That's the thing with longboarding. It's the style and the effervescence of it. It has a calm and cool feeling to it, and they did so great.
Yeah, it's just a really good feeling spiritually, kind of, to watch all of that longboarding, to see them accomplish those things. It was just super cool, and congrats one more time to our champions. So let's flip things over to the Challenger Series. You know, you're watching these longboarders gracefully slide across the water, and then it's like you pull that electricity button. I remember watching surfers like Sierra Kerr go out there, and this is exactly what these surfers wanted. Chunky peaks up and down the beach. We kick things off with a bang. Sierra Kerr, Ella McCaffrey put on a show for us.
Oh, they must have been salivating watching the surf and just knowing that they were going to go electric mode, which it was fun. We were in for the first heats of the round, and it was exactly that, Chris. Like, straight out of the gates with all the high intensity energy. Sierra Kerr is a name to be remembered for this event.
No doubt. And something else about the Challenger Series that makes it that much more challenging is sometimes the big names fall. Leilani McGonigal was hanging on to a 7.33, Rosie, but just could not back it up.
And that was that opening wave that we saw from her. But Ella McCaffrey, to get the 8.5 with the clutch performance from her, to get into that second spot, just big things expected from her throughout this event.
We talked a lot about local factor, how to coming up here and you're competing, you're always coming up and watching this event, and you could feel that sense of ease with her surfing today, and she crushed it. So on taking out big names and moving forward later into the event.
Yeah, we could be seeing a generational shift. I'm seeing a lot of teenagers making it through these early rounds on the women's side of the draw. I'm sure that trend will continue over to the men, which we may see a lot of tomorrow. And, you know, you're thinking of this swell, you're thinking of all the hype that's been building, and I feel like it's all coming true so far. So Surfline's been spot on. Let's take a look deeper into what Surfline is calling for an epic day. This is your official Surfline forecast. Rosie, look at all this energy coming up from the south, and then we hone in. There's a lady out there named Genevieve that's helping us out wave-wise.
Yeah, we're going to see her coming up that coast there, and it is just creating so much swell, so much energy. I mean, Tanner, over the last 3 months, California has been alive with swell, but look at the next 4 days, what we have on offer.
Yeah, it's actually unbelievable how good it has been and how good it is about to get once again. You know, these are those iconic US Opens. Like, we have the potential of seeing some stuff that will be so fun to watch and to be fun to commentate in the booth. Like, I'm looking forward to it, and I feel like big turns on those big sections right under the pier pylons. It's going to be fireworks.
You're going to see some big AI-style floaters, some Gerlach massive attempts. We're talking floaters off a 2-story building with an uphill landing. It's going to get gnarly. Trust us. And you know what? We earned it, right? Last year was flat. We had a lot of really small days, so we earned it. We deserve great waves for the U.S. Open of Surfing, and everything is pointing to waves being awesome for the rest of the time. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for your Board and Brew Top 5. This is going to be super fun to watch because there are a lot of big moments today. Let's kick things off with your number 5 moment. Sierra Kerr goes for broke.
Yeah, heat number 2 of the women's round of 48. Sierra just opens up so strong, holds on to every maneuver, and just tell how competitively savvy she's become. Just with her ability to maintain her composure throughout, starting strong, and just maintaining that lead throughout.
I mean, she's an absolute weapon. She's got airs, she's got big turns, and we've seen how well she rides the barrel. Watch out for Sierra Kerr as we move through the U.S. Open of Surfing. And yeah, she's ready to roll. And you know what, Leilani, she might not have made the heat, but she makes the highlight package. Tanner, Leilani's backhand snap is something every goofy footer can love.
I was just going to say it, and it is crazy. She hails from Pavones, Costa Rica, so she's getting a lot of forehand time. For her to come off the bottom into a lip-in section like that is so technical and so highly performed. Incredible maneuver. We saw time and time again today, people getting clipped as they came down off of the lip, and she did such a great job. For me as a goofy foot, I loved it. I absolutely loved it.
Well-deserved spot in your Board and Brew top 5. Ella McCaffrey representing Encinitas, California, went out there, went off, got the buzzer beater. She did it all.
Yeah, it was amazing. I mean, Ella's grit and determination was on showcase there and really well rewarded with that pier bowl right-hander. I mean, she had so many opportunities. She never gave up. Eventually, she found this absolute gem and just whacked it for the 8-5.
Yeah, Ella's definitely a rising star. She's been putting in a lot of work all over the world. We've seen her prowess in all types of waves, so expect big things from Ella as well. And let's go to number 2, Wildcard taking the win. This was so fun to watch. Tommy Coleman, he's a hometown hero.
He's a hometown hero, and imagine coming in from a wild card placement to take the victory on a surfboard that you've shaped. That's got to feel so incredible. It's a short list of people who've probably ever done that in the history of surfing. So Tommy Coleman, one of the greats in the making with such stylish wraps. It's a killer deal.
Yeah, that is a super rarity, and you know, I think we only really see that on the longboard tour, right? Kai Ellis Flint has done it. He actually won a world title on a self-shaped board, but the day belonged to Tommy Coleman, and I feel like his phone's going to start ringing. Is my board done yet? Avalon Gall, speaking of surfboards, riding this beautiful Michael Takayama board effortlessly. It didn't seem like she broke a sweat the entire week.
Well, looking back at her results last year, did not miss a final series. To see her go back-to-back at the US Open, I'm predicting huge things for the 2026 season for Avalon. Could we see her take out a maiden world title? I mean, the talent's there. She's unflappable too. She's such a cool cat when you chat to her. She's not getting ahead of herself. She stays in the moment.
Yeah, I loved it. In her post-heat interview, they said, well, what are you going to do between events? She's like, surf? Go surfing? I don't know. I'm not training. I'm not doing any of that stuff. I'm just going to surf. And I think that's why Avalon Gall has built a big fan base, and that fan base just gets bigger and bigger every time she puts on a jersey. So that's going to be it for this incredible day of surfing. You know, we really did see something for everyone. Longboarding, we saw Challenger Series events, and we're going to see a lot more. We're really just getting started here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Thank you, Rosie. Thank you, Tanner. Expect to see both of you right here bright and early, as well as the rest of you. Check in tomorrow, a.m. Set your alarm. It's going down here in Huntington Beach. See you tomorrow.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.